The regular meeting of the Aurora City Council for Monday, June 8, 2026 is called to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Councilmember Andrews.
Here.
Councilmember Bergen.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs. Councilmember Gardner.
Here.
Councilmember Hancock. Here. Councilmember Horton.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Medina.
Here.
And Councilmember Wiles.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Please join me in an invocation. O Lord, our God and our Father, we come to you and we ask that you look upon this particular gathering tonight to keep us safe and guide us in our decisions. Bless our city with honorable citizens, industries, sound education, and good government. Unite our community together, even though we come from different backgrounds. We pray that there will be justice and peace in our city. Give the city council and citizens the wisdom, direction, and sensitivity to the business and proceedings before us tonight. Hear us, therefore, as we commit this meeting to the help of our entire community. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's see. Executive session update. During the executive session, we discussed labor negotiations, contracts negotiations, and that's it. Okay. Motion is in order for approval of the minutes for May 18, 2026.
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Horton, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Wiles to approve the minutes for May 18, 2026. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the approval of the minutes from May 18, 2026.
Mayor
Vote
Kaufman.
yes.
Cecilia, I'm a yes. I'm not in East Grove yet.
Councilmember Jackson.
Councilmember's a yes.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiles.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Land acknowledgement. The City of Aurora acknowledges that we gather on the territories and ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne, Ute, Arapaho, and Lakota peoples, past and present. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Indigenous people have remained committed to the stewardship of this land over many centuries. As these words of acknowledgement are spoken and heard, the ties that these nations have to their traditional homelands and to their vital place in the ecosystem are renewed and reaffirmed, and we are called to be better stewards of the land we inhabit as we continue to work to meet the needs of our entire community. Public, do you want me to?
Let's do adoption of the agenda first.
Oh, sorry. Motion is in order for adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to adopt the agenda as
It's
presented.
moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Councilmember Jackson.
Councilmember Jackson to approve the adoption of the agenda. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the agenda.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Jackson.
Yes.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiles.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm going to do both sections that I have, if you want to. You recognize me? Yeah.
City Attorney Pete Schulte.
Thank you, Mayor. Council has asked, as the parliamentarian for City Council, that make some comments about public comment before we get started. The first thing being, if you're here to talk about any agenda items, we ask that you actually speak during those agenda items that are on the agenda, so your comments will be reflected as part of that item on the agenda. If you speak during public comment, it's not going to be attributed to that particular agenda item, so we ask that you do so. And then council does have a public comment announcement for the people who do come to speak in front of public comment. It's the City Council established a public forum to receive input from the community. The public invited to be heard portion of the meeting is limited to council rules for a total of 1 hour, with each speaker allotted 3 minutes. Speakers signed up to comment on agenda items also limited to 3 minutes, and comments must relate directly to those items being considered. All participants are expected to observe the same standards of decorum as the City Council. Personal attacks, disruptive behavior, and demonstrations such as clapping, snapping, cheering, booing, or similar actions are not permitted. Please show respect to all speakers, regardless of whether you agree with their comments, and allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Speakers who exceed the 3-minute time limit will reduce the opportunity for others to speak. And also, please be considerate of your fellow residents when preparing your comments. And we also, the City Council does ask that you try to limit your use of profanity, as children may be present and may be watching. Mayor.
Public invited to be heard.
Mayor? Point of privilege.
Councilmember Wiles.
Before we get started with public invited to speak, this past week, the court system made a determination that the jury instructions were flawed and therefore convictions were overturned in the murder of Elijah McClain. I'm not here to speculate on legal processes. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, and I do believe that no matter their race, gender, or profession, every person is entitled to a fair trial. However, we would be wrong to not acknowledge the pain that the court's decision has caused. Shanine McClain and her family will now have to relive Elijah's death and another potential trial all over again. Members of the community who are in pain, the small amount of justice Elijah received is now at risk, and this opens wounds that were never fully healed. This was a systemic failure in our city from the moment he was stopped. Despite not being suspected of any crime, it set us on a path riddled with mistakes, poor judgment, and a lack of appropriate training that ended with Elijah being assaulted and killed. However, I want to touch on the legacy of change that Elijah left with us. We moved to state oversight of both APD and AFR with the ongoing consent decree, including the Permanent Office of Public Safety and Accountability, which we will vote on tonight. The state discovered that Aurora Police Department engaged in patterns of racially biased policing, excessive force, and mandated changes in training, behavioral guidelines, and data transparency. Ketamine usage was banned. Colorado enacted reforms to restrict the use of chokeholds. None of this is perfect, and nor is it enough, and we as a city should always be in a constant state of self-reflection and improvement to truly serve our community members. None of this will bring Elijah back. None of this will close the hole in his mother's heart left by his death. However, as we reflect back and look ahead in that sense, Elijah will have a lasting impact on Aurora. He is not only remembered through murals and activism, he will be remembered for his volunteerism at the animal shelter, playing his violin to cats waiting for homes, and also through continuing efforts to reshape how police and emergency responders interact with our community. On a personal note, I would not be in this seat today had I not attended an NAACP meeting after Elijah's death. At that meeting, we were divided into small groups to speak, share ideas and experiences, and by pure chance, I sat next to Shanine McClain. Both of my sons are Black and have had varying experiences with APD. One of my sons, while working security at DIA, was stopped multiple times weekly on his way home from work at midnight and accused of selling drugs. His car searched, all while in his DIA uniform. I was up at night waiting, worrying until he was home safe. Speaking with Shanine and other community members, I simply cannot imagine her pain. It is truly my worst nightmare. As I'm sure all parents can attest to, the safety of our children is paramount. But that conversation led me to join the Community Advisory Council for the Consent Decree, and it led me down the path to this council seat. And for that, I owe not only Shanine McClain, but Elijah. We will continue to push forward. We will continue to honor his memory. And while we might fail at times, I hope in the end we will create lasting change that both Elijah and his mother would be proud of. Elijah McClain should be alive today, volunteering at the animal shelter with his violin, playing music for cats, soothing them with his gentle presence, and being a source of kindness in a very mean world. The world is less because he's no longer in it. Our city is less without his peaceful, joy-filled presence, and it is on all of us to do better to fill that hole. Thank you.
Public invited to be heard.
We have Jerry Jurinsky, followed by Victor Dayanov.
Good evening. Just like the phoenix, Aurora rose and was soaring. Crime was down in every category. A facility was being renovated for the homeless to keep them off the streets and safe. Aurora gained state and nationwide attention for exposing and showing the way to deal with illegal criminal gangs. Aurora was positioned for something great. Now it's all being lost, thanks to the puppet masters and their puppets. Does anyone really believe that Allie Jackson, Rob Andrews, Giannina Horton, and Amy Wiles are independent thinkers? They do put out videos trying to appear as though they are in charge, but which really are laughable and embarrassing. They are being controlled by Ante Anderson, who was censured by the Denver School Board for inappropriate behavior. Unsubstantiated. By Hashim Coates, who stood right here and said, "Police are state-sanctioned murderers." And by Median Schaffner, who desperately would like to be seen as a serious thinker, a person of depth and character. She is none of that. Instead, she has chosen to be a leader of hate and disruption. The image of a city does not come from the opening of a grocery store or the placement of a car wash or a conversation with Somalis about ICE. It comes from the people who feel safe to shop at eat and stores and restaurants in their city and take pride in having friends and strangers come visit. Aurora was there, and now it is all being lost as Aurora descends into socialist, anti-police, anti-safety chaos.
Victor Dayanov, followed by Tanya Tabachek. Victor Dayanov, followed by Tanya Tabachek.
Good evening, and thank you for offering the space for spirited discussion as you have today. As we watched a reenactment of King Lear at 1600 Pennsylvania Ave, and he slips further into madness, this city still makes good on its commitment to care and engage with its residents, pushing through the storm and forging that all-American city that brought us here today. It is because of this dedication that I am grateful I was born into a quiet Aurora Canopy neighborhood, and am a lifelong resident who attended K through 12 schooling in CCSD and attended the Community College of Aurora with the Ascent program. In the end of the last session, I heard mumbles from the hot mic of, "Oh boy," and "Here they all come." And basically of this language. If being here and simply listening to us is too hard for you to stomach, resign immediately because we have no use for that behavior. Because here's the thing, despite the reasons that brought you all here today, I am proud of every single one of you sitting here on both sides of the dais. We have taken time from our lives to butt heads and build a strong community together in the spirit of democracy. I hope to believe that. I took the time between the previous assembly and this to reflect on how our great all-American city is visually developing, and specifically where that little amount of money we have is being put. This observation demonstrated to me that our interests are moneyed and we sleptwalked into corporate corruption in this city. All-American city after all, so that is not particularly surprising. We have AI traffic calming cameras before pedestrian-safe crosswalks. APLR license plate reader cameras have been mounted onto streetlights, many of which have been burnt out for months, if not years now. Squad cars for the police, over 60K a pop, before expanded bus routes. And my favorite, a private 18-hole championship golf course being built in our newest multi-million-dollar Oakwood Homes development at Prairie Point in the middle of emergency drought restrictions. And let me not forget about the fracking pad being put up next to Aurora Reservoir as well. So who is benefiting from these developments? It isn't me, not the working class Aurorans, not the college students, not the families of this community. Our roads are crumbling and there's trash all over our parks and lakes. So my question to council is this. Who are you and the rest of the American political class representing with these here developments? Based on our building priorities, it seems like the bottom dollar of corporate greed. And you know, statistically, at least one of you must have an AI, police infrastructure, DOD, or oil stock that has grown off of war we never wanted and mass surveillance we never consented to. Aurora's laws and rules regarding moneyed interests have failed, and so I hold no faith or trust in a single elected official if they hold personal stocks or have taken corporate dollars. I ask all elected officials within this all-American community and beyond to set the precedent and publicly divest their stocks and disclose their holdings on the basis of removing corporate greed by this 4th of July, 250 years. We were warned of oligarchy and a wealthy few seeking to topple American democracy.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Jeffrey McFarland. Tanya Tabachek, followed by Jeffrey McFarland. Jeffrey McFarland, followed by Aaron Futrell.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jeffrey McFarland, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of nobody but myself. I've been a resident of Aurora for a little over 8 years, and for the past 3, I've lived in Ward 1. In that time, I've come to love the city for the very eccentricities and the diversities that this council claims to champion. For the very early majority of my time in Aurora, I wasn't particularly politically active. My first city council meeting was February 26th, 2024. I attended that night because there was a resolution brought forth by Allison Coombs calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and acknowledging Israel's genocide in Palestine as exactly that, which was readily voted down by the council's then conservative majority. Aside from my disappointment in the outcome of this vote that night, I was given a litany of reasons to despise both this council as a governing body and as a series of individuals. I witnessed the Lewis family get up during public invited to be heard to demand justice, accountability, or at the very least basic human decency for a loved one murdered by their local peacekeeping force. I saw them receive none of those things. Instead, I saw council members who salute the flag during her pledge refer to citizens as terrorists for exercising their constitutionally guaranteed First Amendment rights. I saw a tenured mayor I'm supposed to respect offer childish quips and exaggerated throat clears in response to tones that he doesn't like. I saw public comment be stuffed with sycophants and fence straddlers who wanted to discuss stolen cars and finding homeless people frightening. Pretty much anything but how APD has never found anybody guilty of any wrongdoing by any of Aurora's acting district attorneys. I'm not an elected official. I go to jail if I get caught driving drunk. I go to jail if I kill someone at my job. 2 years have come and gone since I started coming to city council meetings, and every inch of progress that this family has made in pursuit of justice has been another tooth pulled from this council's two-sided face. Local legislature is passed with a grimace. You have the power and the capability to do the right thing, but whether you have the will remains to be seen. which is why you will continue to deal with us week in and week out until Todd Chamberlain is jobless and Mike Hoffman is retired. I'm truly sorry that sharp words and raised voices offend you all more than dead civilians denied due process. But since Kylan Lewis isn't here to defend himself and his character, and because Corey Dillard isn't here, and because Avi Bell Mason, and because Rashad Johnson, and because Jalen Sebron, and because Elijah McClain aren't here, I am. Their loss and their legacy inspire me to continue speaking truth to power. The Lewis family's courage to persevere even when leadership has become their enemy directly influenced my own involvement in my local community. Words like decorum seem to get thrown around a lot, but it's a deliberate misinterpretation of the point. You're offended by the F word. I'm offended by police chiefs who've been held liable for racist behavior in their departments. We're not the same. Decorum isn't justice. Politeness isn't penance. Centering the conversation on expressions of anger as opposed to the murder that put us here in the first place is obtuse at best and racist at worst. The bottom line is this: you can either do the right thing by the victims and their families and fire Todd Chamberlain, and you can resign from your positions, or you can follow Danielle Jurinsky's example and finish third in your next election.
Aaron Futrell, followed by Median Schaffner. Aaron Futrell, followed by Median Schaffner.
All right. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. You're probably going to hear this name a lot tonight because 7 years ago, Aurora experienced one of the worst, darkest chapters in history with the death of Elijah McClain, a young man that lost his life during an encounter that never should have ended up the way it ended up. He never should have been stopped in the first place. 7 years later, that pain has not dissipated. It is nearly evolved into something more. Grief intertwined with frustration, heartbreak intertwined with exhaustion. Last Friday, old wounds were opened once again for Elijah's family. This was not merely a legal development. It was the reemergence of trauma. It was a reminder that some families, justice is not a destination, but an interminable process marked by delays, appeals, and uncertainty. I recognize that the judicial system operates independently and that many aspects of this case fall outside of the formal purview of City Council leadership, which is not defined solely by what falls within your jurisdiction. Leadership is also measured by your willingness to speak when your community is hurting. So thank you, Councilmember Amy Wiles, for actually saying something tonight about the tragedy. Some of you have publicly supported Elijah's family over the years. Some of you have attended vigils, listened to residents, and acknowledged the profound impact this tragedy has had on the collective conscience. Tonight, I'm asking each of you individually or collectively to once again demonstrate that moral courage. I ask you to publicly condemn the appeal of this verdict and stand in solidarity with a family that has spent nearly a decade carrying a burden that no family should ever have to bear. For years, Aurora embraced the phrase, Aurora Strong. We all remember it during the theater shooting. At its best, that phrase represented more than civic pride. It represented empathy. It represented the belief that when one part of our community suffers, we all have the obligation to show up. Before tonight's meeting, a community member stood outside encouraging residents to celebrate the positive aspects of Aurora. I appreciate that vision. I truly do. Aurora is vibrant. Aurora is resilient. Aurora is diverse. Aurora is home. But it is difficult to celebrate our strengths when grief remains omnipresent in the lives of so many residents. It is difficult to speak about healing when the most infected continue to feel unheard. The measure of community is how loudly.
Median Schaffner, followed by Alejandra Marin Elerana. Median Schaffner, followed by Alejandra Marin Elerana.
none of us are ever going to be able to speak for Shanine McLean. This woman, if you were blessed to know her, you experienced someone that cared beyond herself and that saw humanity in everyone that was really hard to see. She was a mother. She's still a mother. But this society took one of her children away. And she still showed up for her son. She showed up every day and sat in a courtroom. I didn't see any of you there. She listened over and over to the voice of agony of her son, begging for his life and not being seen as human. At some point during that video, one of the officers that was putting pressure on Eliza to the point of asphyxiation, he sneezed. And another officer on site said, "God bless you," to the officer who sneezed. As Elijah McLean was uttering the words, "I'm sorry," to the men who killed him, Shanine showed up every day. She heard a system tell her that the people that were there did nothing wrong. And then there was a slight shift. There was a conviction. I sat with Shanine essentially every day in that trial. And afterwards, one of the last things I've heard from her tell somebody in the community that wanted to honor her son, she said, "Forget about my son. Forget his name." Shanine would not be impressed or touched or moved that we are saying the name Elijah McLean tonight. I get why we're saying it, but she wouldn't be touched or moved. Some of you as leaders on this council have said nothing about what happened in the overturn of the conviction. I get why some of you didn't, but I can't fathom why others did not. Where's your voice? Because trust is lost in buckets, and it's only gained back in teaspoons. I don't know.
Alejandra Marin Elarana, followed by Oscar Fernandez. Alejandra Marin Elarana, followed by Oscar Fernandez. Oscar Fernandez, followed by Aonte Anderson. Aonte Anderson, followed by Kristen Mallory.
Mayor Kaufman, members of council, I had prepared remarks. This moment, I can't give those to you. I'm going to give you what's on my heart. My shirt says something that we end that you all end the Pledge of Allegiance in, with liberty and justice for all. With liberty and justice for all. That is not the story for Elijah McClain, for Kylan Lewis, for Jalen Sebron, for Rajon Belt Stubblefield, and the litany of other names that have been lost due to police violence. Justice would be Elijah McClain still playing the violin at the animal shelter. Justice would be Kylan Lewis watching Kylan Jr. graduate from high school this past May. Justice would be Rajon Belt Stubblefield spending Father's Day with his children this June. Justice would be Jalen Sebron being able to attend all of the future sporting events that his son would be a part of. That would be justice. What people are asking for is not truly justice. We are asking for accountability. We are asking for the city of Aurora to be accountable for the actions of those who put on a badge and say they are representing the city of Aurora. You are the individuals that are elected to represent the city of Aurora. You are the elected officials. You asked for this job. You asked for this job time after time again. Some of you all, for as long as an individual has been in kindergarten to 12th grade, have been on this council. You asked to sit in these seats. We are asking for accountability. That is not that damn hard. So the challenge I have for you all is for you all to issue an emergency resolution acknowledging that what happened to Elijah McClain was murder, that you stand by the original convictions that found them guilty by a jury of their peers, that you acknowledge the $15 million settlement you gave to his family. You acknowledge with that settlement that what happened to Elijah was wrong. That is accountability. You have 2 weeks. We'll see what happens in 2 weeks if it's not met.
Kristen Mallory, followed by Juan Marcano. Kristen Mallory, followed by Juan Marcano.
Okay, so my name is Kristen Mallory, and I am a resident of Aurora in Ward 3. My comments will be very similar to those that you've already heard. Like many here, like many who call Aurora home, the death of Elijah McClain changed our lives and the way we view this city forever. For many white people, including myself, it changed the way we view the Aurora Police Department because Black and brown people always knew. But after years of battle, one jury gave a tiny bit of justice. But even that was too good to be true. The system is slow to change. It's even slower to acknowledge when it's done wrong. So like many here, the news that the convictions connected to Elijah McClain's death have been overturned is gut-wrenching. Elijah McClain should still be alive today. And similar to Elijah McClain, Kylan Lewis should be alive today. Rashad Johnson should be alive today. Each death exposes serious failures in our system, serious failures of APD, and serious failures of the leadership of our city. But all of that pain, it also sparked a movement that demands accountability, transparency, and reform. This movement and the people in these chambers, we are not going away. Reasonable people can disagree on policy, and that's democracy. I accept that. But you all were elected to do a job. You deserve the opportunity to do that work, but we're waiting. So tonight, as you are given the honor of remembering Elijah, remembering Kylan, and remembering Rashad, you are in a position of leadership. I ask that you not only do so through your words, but through a commitment to building a more just, accountable, and compassionate Aurora, and the work should start now. Thank you.
Juan Marcano, followed by Kirk Manzanares. Juan Marcano, followed by Kirk Manzanares.
Good evening, Council. My name is Juan Marcano. I live in Ward 4. A lot has already been said tonight, and I don't want to repeat any of the points that folks have shared. So I'm going to move into some potential solutions for you all to consider here. I had been looking at the cost of civil lawsuits, settlements, and payouts that the Aurora Police Department has generated over the last decade. And I came to a total that was well over $20 million. I looked at the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department. Their total, $2 million, a little over $2 million. And none of those settlements came from the reasons that Aurora has to settle so frequently and so expensively. One of those settlements actually came from a wrongful termination where a jury found that the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department fired somebody basically without cause, and there was an immigration element attached to it that was also untrue. The other one was that the jail let someone die from sepsis, an infection, after ignoring their pleas for medical assistance. That happened in 2013 and has not happened since. So what I can tell you is that it seems like Arapahoe County got their act together, but I can't say the same for our police department. So my ask for you is to look at what Camden, New Jersey did. They used to have a police department. Their police department was not only brutalizing black and brown bodies, but also was costing them more than they could afford. It was leading the city into a slow but steady bankruptcy. So they terminated the department and they began to contract with their county for law enforcement services. Now, that's not a radical solution to this problem, and also it was a very pragmatic one on the part of Camden, because there were some of their council members, yes, that had sympathy for the community and the grievances and the repeat injuries that their police department was foisting on their residents. But it was also a financial decision. It was a small C conservative decision. So I'm here appealing to you and you and you, and the other two don't show up anymore, which is interesting, from that perspective. Contracting with the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department, last I heard, would save us around $20 million per year. Your deficit is what, $6.8 million or something like that this year, right, Angela? Give or take? Yeah, thank you. So this would address the problem, not just for this year, but ongoing. And it would also give the community something that they have long demanded: direct accountability for law enforcement in our community. We would join the city of Centennial. We would join, I believe, the city of Bailey, or not Bailey, sorry, one of the eastern communities that's technically in Adams County, but they actually contract with the Arapahoe County Sheriff for law enforcement services. So take that under consideration. Thank you for your...
Kirk Manzanares, followed by Nate Casa. Kirk Manzanares, followed by Nate Casa.
Good evening, City Council and all the residents of Aurora. This is your house. I got a couple numbers for you. I want you to think about these numbers. 217, 159, 21, 148. And I really want you, Stephanie, Angela, Mike, Curtis, Francois, to think about this 511. Those are the number of days that you have left to either be on the side of greatness or to go out in flames. Because I don't know what city some of these other people that came up here and talked about, but Aurora is a great city. Aurora is a beautiful city. It's an amazing city. And there is a movement underway in Aurora. It's called PACMO, and it's Positive Aurora Community Movement. And you have 511 days to fulfill your legacy, or you go out in flames. You go down in horrible, just, so are you ready to work with us? Because it's been 217 days since the last election. It's been 159 days since these new members, Amy, Janina, Allie, Rob, and re-elected Ruben, have been on the dais. Okay? 21 days until the primary's coming around. And you know what's important about that primary is because we started something here in Aurora that has gone nationwide. And we're in a new movement in Aurora, along with the rest of the country, where we have this primary coming up in 21 days. In 148 days will be the midterm elections. And Aurora will stand on the side of greatness in that midterm election. And then in 511 days, you will be voted out of office. There will be 5 new city council members that will take the dais. There will be a new mayor that will take the dais. And there will be 3 school board members that will take the school board. So I want to know if you're going to work with these fine people that are trying to turn Aurora into a progressive new city for everyone, not just for the rich, not just for the wealthy, not just for the people that have connections and want to build and turn Aurora into this, I don't know what they want to turn it into, but we have 430,000 people that live in Aurora. And it's going to keep growing. So what side of history are you going to stand on, Angela? What side of history are you going to stand on, Stephanie? What side, Curtis, Francois, where are you going to be in 511 days? Are you going to be proud of what you've done in Aurora? So we will not regret the past nor wish to shut the door on it. Every city has problems, but we are going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to get busy. We want you to work with us because we want to make the best of this next 511 days. We are not the people with the magic pills and the easy formula for success. To be successful, you have to work hard. And we live in the most beautiful, amazing city, the most culturally diverse city in Colorado. So what are you proud about? What do you love about Aurora? I want to hear it from you. And I want you to show it to me. Yeah.
Nate Casa, followed by Nasima Siddiq Ahmad. Nate Casa, followed by Nasima Siddiq Ahmad.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Nate Casa. I'm a resident of North Aurora in Ward 1, and I'm an organizer with the East Colfax Community Collective. We are a nonprofit organization fighting displacement in the East Colfax corridor and for the well-being of the residents and small businesses in that area. With our partners, we support tenants learning their rights and fighting for habitable homes, and we supported tenants at the CBZ apartments move from those slums when the landlord abandoned their responsibilities. I'm here today speaking in support of the resolution heard in the study session to support protections for renters and creating a rental registry and license program. As everyone on the council knows, and certainly now everyone in the nation, slumlords are rampant in Northwest Aurora. We saw how the CBZ apartments on Nome Street, on Dallas Street, and Helena Street painted a terrible image of our city and put us in the spotlight in a way that we never want to be again. And I'm here to say that unfortunately slumlords are not just rampant, and it's not just CBZ. If you go down Macon Street, if you go down Moline Street, if you go down Jamaica, you can see these slumlords rampant. I live off Kenton, and one of my neighbors down the street, she told me that she hadn't had electricity for several days. The landlord never fixes anything. And I agree with Councilman Lawson, it's not just a problem in Ward 1. We see this problem in multiple parts of the city. And that's why I believe we need a strong rental registry and license program. We need a policy that needs teeth, and we need strong requirements for landlords to make sure that they're accountable. We can learn a lot from the Denver program, where they have a rental license already. When they introduced the program, they started with a $1,000 fine, and we've seen them increase it to a $5,000 fine daily for landlords who are not in compliance. And I will also note that we have not seen a decrease in affordable housing as a result of that program. The inspection costs are minimal, and they cover a lot of the programming and fiscal note of the program already. The city is already making strides to address slumlords. Councilwoman Hancock, I know you sponsored an ordinance this year, the Derelict and Neglected Properties Ordinance, and I think we need more strong protection for renters to make sure that landlords are held accountable. And we have to continue fighting for strong, meaningful policies like that, like a strong rental licensing policy, so that we're never in that position again, where slumlords can run rampant in our community and make us look a fool on national television. Long live Elijah McClain. Thank you.
Nasima Siddiq Ahmad, my apologies if that's pronounced incorrectly, but Nasima Siddiq Ahmad and Iriani Perez. Iriani Perez, followed by Raul Salazar. Raul Salazar, followed by Yorkis Ramos.
Lento. Poco a poco. Okay. Hola, miembros del jurado. Mi nombre es Yorki Ramos.
Hello, City Council. My name is Yorki
Ramos. El día de hoy vengo a exponerle un caso que viví aquí en Aurora.
Today, I am going to share with you an experience I've had here in Aurora.
Viví en la 1568 Nome Street.
I lived in 1568 Nome Street,
donde las condiciones de vivienda eran totalmente fatal.
where the conditions of living were totally non-acceptable, terrible.
Había muchos roedores, chinches, aguas negras.
With all kinds of insects, with mice, dirty water.
Aguas negras, la cual hacíamos llamado a los managers y nunca nos prestaron atención sobre el problema de vivienda que estábamos viviendo nosotros en ese momento.
Reporting this to several managers often and reporting how the conditions of living were terrible but not receiving any answers.
El día de hoy vengo a pedirles que por favor apoyen la resolución de viviendas, ya que realmente la necesitamos todos los que vivimos en el país, porque es algo que las personas...
I am here to support the housing resolution as many of us living in this city.
Que las personas vivimos el día a día, y también les vengo a comentar que los arrendatarios abusan de los inquilinos cobrándoles rentas excesivas, servicios demasiado costosos, no prestan atención a los llamados de los arrendatarios. Hay mucha gente en la calle ahora en este momento, ya que los costos de la vivienda están demasiado elevados.
It is the day-to-day living are hard. Landlords are abusing of tenants. There is a high cost for many of the services, and when there are reportings from the tenants, there are no answers.
Les pido de corazón que por favor tomen en cuenta a las organizaciones que apoyan la resolución de los derechos de alquilinos, ya que ha sido totalmente un problema que ha afectado a muchas personas, niños, y de verdad pónganse la mano en el corazón, ya que la ciudad en ese momento no prestó atención a los llamados que le hacíamos.
Please support all organizations supporting residents with housing situations. There are many issues, and most of the issues are also affecting children. Please consider, put your hand in your heart to support all resolutions supporting housing.
Queremos mejores condiciones de vivienda y que no abusen de las personas arrendadas, le dan un precio entrando a la vivienda y cuando usted está viviendo ahí ya está pagando más de $2,000.
We need better conditions of living. There is many abuse. We need to stop the abuse, and we normally enter with one price or one cost with a rent, and then suddenly they rise those costs.
Queremos, con esto que le voy a decir, queremos unas viviendas dignas donde vivir y que por favor le pidan la licencia a los arrendatarios y que de verdad tengamos.
We want a dignified housing, and we would like for the city to request license to those landlords.
De verdad que tengamos supervisión en referente a los costos de vivienda. Están demasiado elevados y hay muchas personas que no queremos ver en la calle sin un techo donde dormir ni llegar de su trabajo.
We want supervision on the housing costs, and we do not want to see homeless. We don't want to see our families being homeless.
Muchas gracias, señores del jurado.
Thank you very much, City Council.
Garcia, followed by Tavera Tag. Garcia, followed by Tavera Tag. Tavara Tag, followed by LaRonda Jones.
That's why I always just say T-tag, because it just does good.
K-Ways. So, we've been conditioned for hundreds of years to just intake racism, and yet people cry out, Christians have been prosecuted. Now, I am the last person to stand here and talk about your God, but since I'm here we go. Since the creation of the divided states of America, we have seen a black or brown man hung on a cross by nails, suffering, but yet we've been told that he was white and we should worship him. You are told that we are supposed to worship and value and listen to what our slave catchers, but you haven't even bothered to change their badges. Then you demand that people get over systemic racism who are black and brown, and you cry out, oh, but favoritism and fairness, but yet you haven't been able to yet change the inept predators who still run the systems. You sit up there on your little pedestals crying, oh, I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a Christian. Oh, I'm a Christian. When your child murders someone with a gun and your precious Jesus says you should turn the other cheek, you shouldn't drive someone with a blood 3 plus BAC over 70 miles out of their destination and continue to hate on thy neighbors. You spend more time trying to kick people out of here for using their First Amendment rights and actually speaking to improve the neighborhood, and yet making them safer from their rogue APD gang members that you hire without anybody's consent. And you, corruption, Cuckman, and Bitchler, then correct the terrorists themselves. This behavior is called DARVO. Look it up in the DSM for yourselves. And I'm sure you haven't even bothered to look at the Wheel of Power and Privilege that I handed you all. Don't think I'm not researching your corrupt, non-scientific money consent degree that you Trump juniors have gone to continue to do that doesn't involve Ward 1. And that the 3 rules of the world are stupidity, that rule the forces that rule the world are stupidity, fear, and greed. Look that up. And shout out to Elijah McClain, who didn't deserve to die, or anybody else, by your corrupt rogue gang members. We're going to use the rest of this time to honor them.
LaRonda Jones, followed by Kiowa Lewis. LaRonda Jones, followed by Kiowa Lewis.
When a mother loses a child, she does not just lose a person. She loses a piece of her own heart. She loses the future she imagined. She loses birthdays that will never be celebrated, phone calls that will never come, and embraces she will spend the rest of her life longing for. Every day, grieving mothers wake up carrying an invisible weight. We set a place in our hearts for someone who is no longer here. We replay memories. We hear their laughter in our minds. We remember their smile, their voice, their dreams, and then we face the painful reality that they are gone. No mother should have to bury her child. No mother should have to beg for justice. No mother should have to convince the world that her child's life had value. Yet, here we are. I know what it feels like to watch an officer take the life of your child and then walk away without consequence. I know what it feels like to hear excuses instead of accountability. I know what it feels like to watch a system that claims to represent justice bend itself to protect power rather than protect people. And I ask this nation, how many more mothers must cry before you hear us? How many more funerals must we attend before you see us? How many more Black lives must be taken before you value us? The truth is painful. The world loves our culture. They love what we produce, and they love our money. But when it comes to our lives, too many remain silent. Too many look away. Too many find excuses. Too many act as though our children are disposable. We are tired of society that profits from Black culture while refusing to protect Black people. We are tired of systems that ask us to trust them while they repeatedly fail us. We are tired of hearing that justice take time when injustice happens overnight. To every elected official, hear us clearly. We are not asking for special treatment. We are demanding equal treatment. We are demanding accountability. We are demanding humanity. We are demanding that the value of a Black life be recognized, not only in words, but in action.
Kiowa Lewis. Kiowa Lewis, followed by Veronica Sebron.
I'm so disgusted. I really am. I never thought that I would have to actually see somebody that had to go through the same thing my little brother did by these people that you claim that are here to protect us and serve. But the thing is, y'all uphold this. I'm not going to say all of y'all. Y'all know the ones who are not guilty of this, who stand in this fight with us. I appreciate y'all. This battle is about to get really, 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 really sticky. It really is. They say, hopefully you're on the right side. Well, the thing is, that's no longer just a saying. People are tired. Reactions are about to happen. So I don't care what your race is. I don't care what you represent. Don't go running into the Most High when you see yourself not actually upholding the scriptures, because he ain't going to save you either. You are actually property of Satan at this point. So with that being said, we are here fighting for not just my brother, not Elijah McClain, not Rajon Stubblefield. Thing is, we're fighting for everybody, right? In the end, it is going to be more of us than you. And when I tell you that this is about to be a war that y'all did not even see coming, this is not a threat. It's not. This is a promise, because people are tired. Even the people that sit up here with you guys that are in these elected official seats, they're going to join on this side as well. So y'all going to be like, oh, I thought you was on our side. No, they're on the side upright. So I want to sit here and say thank you for the ones who do stand with us, because in the end, we're actually all we have. You know, you see this ICE mess happening. You see our President Trump, you know, you see the people who think that they're secure. But there's over 8 billion people in this world. How y'all gonna handle that? Y'all ain't. So instead of sitting up here not speaking up for what is right and what is true, y'all need to go ahead and step off these pedestals and do what's right, because in the end, you will not only have people stand by you, but you will be protected. We ain't playing no games. I know I'm not. I get up here and I try to spread love and truth and our Lord and Savior. But the thing is, when you read the scripture, even y'all are going to have to pay, because y'all will be judged for the ones who actually don't stand for what's right. I will say thank you with a smile.
Veronica Sebron.
I can't say that I saw the support for Elijah McClain owed from the majority of council. Out of respect for Shanine McClain, regardless of your political opinions, there was no moment to you that just said, ouch. A grieving mother who is now forced to relive the most horrific day of her life, relived as reminders are every day. Maybe grieving is not a word for understanding. Here's a description. A mother carries a gift with a shared moment no one knows before the precious, delicate body is brought into this world, bathed, loved, and protected. Fathers who bonded, teaching boys to be men, protecting their baby girls from the world. Then you look at a young body taken too soon, and you have to dress them one last time. Those visions replaying over and over in your mind, that is a parent's grief. I am dismayed at the dismissal for humanity. Some of you fought with your own organizations, campaigned for or off of Elijah McClain's name. In your absence, a question arose. I wanted to ask, what do you even believe in anymore? Is there any stance for you now besides the political stance? Did your seat get too comfortable? It reminds me again of a harsh truth. To you, our children are just headlines that become old news. To bury your child taken from a system that failed never gets old for us. So I point out to council and all who is hearing this, there is more time and energy wasted disliking Ms. Median Schaffner and the epitome of Black excellence. Time wasted dissecting each other instead of listening to one another. Time that could be used to create growth for society. It has been said, Median Schaffner shows up with her mob. I want to clarify, she shows up as a one-woman team that you feel hit you like a crowd. Hats off to you, Median. Notes should be taken, not criticism given. To be crystal clear, we who have been called her mob are just people and families that show up looking for change or help. And Median stands with us. In turn, because our asks are the same, we stand with her. That's called unity. We who have been prejudged are the ones swept under the carpet to be forgotten. Median takes time for us by choice with a pure heart. Now that's real humanity. There is no mob here, just people that are supposed to be protected, stood for, and heard. I use the time wisely and with purpose. The remaining will be out of respect for Elijah McClain, giving Shanae McClain the silence she has been denied.
Mayor and council, we've reached the 1 hour limit, and there's still 10 speakers left.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to extend the time and allow the remaining speakers to speak.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Medina.
Second by Councilmember Medina. Is that debatable?
It's debatable, requires a 2/3 because of the suspension of the rules.
Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes no.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Lawson.
Yes.
Okay, the vote passes with 8 no votes from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Bergen, and Councilmember Hancock. The next speaker is Samantha Corrente, followed by Zachary Cotton.
So sorry, Cecilia, you said 8 no votes. It would be 8 yes votes for it to pass. Was there 8 yes votes or 8 no votes?
Yes, no, there's yes, 8 votes. The no votes are from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmember Bergen, and Councilmember Hancock.
Well, okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure, because you said no votes, and I thought you meant yes, but you meant yes votes. Okay.
Samantha Corrente, followed by Zachary Cotton. Zachary Cotton, followed by Cassandra Heil.
So I filed a core request with APD on April 23rd, and nearly a month later, on May 22nd, I was told to file my request with another department. There's no way that they could have determined a reasonable time frame for my request if they had not read it at all within the month that I had submitted my request. Luckily, this delay isn't severely impacting my own research, but I can only imagine how this has affected people with more time-sensitive issues within the same time frame. There's at least some kind of restitution process for a standard CORA request, but it's clear that APD is using the carve-out that they get under the CCJRA to continue to obstruct and obscure information that the public is entitled to. This is ironic considering that the independent monitor for the consent decree says that they're on the right track in terms of accountability and transparency, and are almost at 100% compliance in that area according to this year's report. CORA and CCJRA requests actually weren't even mentioned in Integra Assure's latest consent decree, so I guess that's just fine with everybody involved. Last year we were here, or the last time we were here, there was a lot of discussion about bringing APD up to the same standards of the other departments at Aurora. There was even rightful blame handed over to Todd Chamberlain. This isn't just an issue with Todd, though. We have Katie Miller, our Discovery and Public Records Supervisor, writing testimonials on the Civic Plus website, providing free advertisement for this company, saying that since implementing Next Request, Aurora has reduced turnaround time by 97%. Now they're using the same system to automate delays without even reading our requests. I have a lot of time left. Since I have time, I also wanted to say that the department that APD directed me to requested that I provide the external emails for public, or the external emails for the people that were unassociated with Aurora. This was not ever requested for me from Denver. I don't know how I'm supposed to get these people's email addresses, but I tracked it down. So hopefully they'll get back to me in time. I haven't heard back from them yet. But I wanted to say that, Aurora, you're not up to standards even with Denver. This has been brought up before. That's all I have to say about this. So I also want to give a moment of silence for the rest of my time for Elijah McClain and everybody else that APD has murdered. I'm glad we're all alive and breathing.
Cassandra Hill, followed by Joel Benjamin. Cassandra Hill, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Hello, Aurora City Council. My name is Cassandra, and I am here with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as DACAC. I'm here demanding community control over the police. APT terrorizes the community by assaulting, imprisoning, and murdering our predominantly black neighbors. Proposed solutions, quote unquote, to this issue have been training, updating procedures, laws that implement incremental change, and lastly, being placed under the consent decree from the state attorney general. However, none of these changes have stopped the police from killing and brutalizing the community. The partner of Corey Dillard, a U.S. war veteran, did extensive research into his killing by Officer Kevin Rodier. She found that at least 11 protocols were broken by the officer, yet Rodier faced no consequences and is still on the force. Cops can break protocol and face no consequences, even after they murder someone. Protocols don't work. In Rashad Johnson's case and Rajon Belt Stubblefield's case, the cops continuously escalated the situation. Both situations ended the same. The cops pulled out a gun and killed an unarmed black man. In Rashad's case, the body cam footage was withheld, even from the family. APD is actively violating Colorado law requirements for the release of footage. Who are we supposed to call when the cops are breaking the law? Officer M. Campbell has a history of using excessive force. He brutalized Tierra Mosley and put her in the hospital for over a year because she was filming APD brutalizing another black man. He stole over a year of Tierra's life and got off scot-free. Officer Campbell faced no consequences for his actions despite the many excessive use of forces on his record. The laws that are supposed to protect citizens from police violence are not enforced. Making laws doesn't work. There's a pattern here, and the corrupt and racist police chief Todd Chamberlain covers all these horrible actions by his cops. He needs to be fired. This consent decree isn't stopping the police from terrorizing the community. Protocols and training have done nothing to protect those murdered by the police. The laws we have against police corruption are not enforced. Luckily, there is a solution to this racist cop problem. Let the community hold them accountable with the Civilian Police Accountability Council, otherwise known as a CPAC. To be effective, cops need to answer to the community. The community needs to have absolute power. Give the community control. Thank you.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Ali DeWills Marcano. Joel Benjamin, followed by Ali DeWills Marcano.
Just want to start by saying it's staggering that us, are in a room with multiple people whose children, fathers, brothers, friends have been killed by your police department. Seriously. There are more people here to observe that than there are members of council, even if they were all to show up. The last person was absolutely right. We want community control of the police. There's a million reasons to be mad at this guy. I don't want to overlook the fact that dead black men should be the first and foremost reason. We add on to that you all of you, even the good ones, allowed that chief of police to come to this council on April 20th and lie. The number of folks in the Aurora ICE detention facility is a knowable fact that the chief of police of our city should probably be somewhat aware of. And certainly the number of those folks who have previous criminal convictions should come from somewhere other than Fox News or Newsmax, whatever it is. We marched a couple years ago, a lot of folks in this room, along Alameda. We started at Bicentennial Park. There's a little arts installation there. There's a sundial. And as you face northwest, there's a sign that says, "Welcome to America." Welcome to Aurora. And Median and I contemplated what that means. Who's that for? Because there's a real story of American exceptionalism that Aurora, as it was when I was growing up, felt more right. It wasn't right then, but it felt right then. And the mask is entirely off now. This is supposed to be a place where people can come from wherever and just have a chance. It's not going to be fancy unless, but you're going to have a chance. From all over the world, from all over the country. I grew up with a lot of kids with single parents. I didn't understand until I was old or older that those folks were often fleeing a kind of violence in their home that folks were fleeing from abroad and made America their home. I have a lot more to say. I want to take the last time to observe Elijah. Thanks.
Ali DeWills Marcano, followed by Laura McLaughlin. Ali DeWills Marcano, followed by Laura McLaughlin.
Since I know all of you must have read all 2,667 pages of your packet this week, I know you're already aware of how packed this agenda is. I couldn't even get through it all and sign up on time tonight because despite the mayor's best efforts, I do have a job. That packet is too dang long, hard to navigate and digest for regular Aurorans who want to participate in their government, especially with only about 72 hours to do it. You gotta get more worried about making this process more accessible instead of more decorous. To that point, I'll be up and down that damn elevator all night over and over again just for the right to give testimony. Let this be a reminder that people with disabilities need equal, dignified access to this podium and to that dais. Also, like many others tonight, I want to call for your attention and applaud your outspokenness regarding the overturning of the convictions and the upcoming retrial of the paramedics who administered the ketamine that killed Elijah McClain. There is so much that must be said, and I am not the appropriate speaker to say it all, but I will ask you to listen fully to the other speakers tonight, both that already spoke and that will speak at the end of the night, because people who have lost family members to police violence in our community deserve a voice. People deserve to be heard for as long as they need, in whatever tone they choose, and with whatever demands they have. You may not have the power to reverse an overturned conviction, but you have the power to listen and connect with the unheard. You have a literal platform to say more than I can, more than these other speakers can, and you do have the power to move forward resolutions, ordinances, and staffing changes that could help prevent another killing by Aurora police. I also think it is important to say that going through the courts is really the most decorous and civilized thing that someone can do. And these overturned convictions only highlight how participating in that system does not necessarily lead to justice. Since these convictions, which apparently never mattered anyway, more Black men in our community have been targeted, harassed, and killed by the people who were supposed to protect them. Resigning ourselves to bureaucracy and conforming to tone policing has not saved the lives of those in our community who have been killed by APD. And you are ignoring the most critical point of free speech if you enforce rules that ban, limit, or silence community members calling for justice simply because they are not subscribing to your arbitrary authority over decorum. If you want a decorous council night, try making rules that limit yourselves. Or better yet, laws that can be enforced against police officers and city officials who kill young Black men.
Laura McLaughlin, followed by Tristan Hurst.
Grief has been a big story in the last few weeks. A city is grieving. A wound was ripped open. But a few weeks ago, we heard all these people stand up here and talk about grief counseling and things like that. I don't see these people out here. I don't see these people coming to these families and offering their services. But it was really disturbing to hear them stand here and say people should be silenced through their grief. I have been called a terrorist. The people I stand with called a mob. I've never once stood up here and ever spoke disrespectfully, although there's been times I wanted to. But grief is serious. Last Monday, I stood with 14-year-old Jordell Richardson's family to mark 3 years that his life was taken. I stand with the community that is grieving because we continue to see it over and over. I never was the voice or in the front row seat of the people I stand with. I gained my voice, Mayor, from coming here, just curious one day what happens at City Council. And I watched you ignore
crying mothers. And when I came up here, you ignored me, and I had to ask you to look at me. So when we talk about grief, you cannot imagine because you're not there. My son watched his best friend murdered. My daughter watched her friend murdered. This community of children are watching people murdered and it being called justified. You may not like the way that people are speaking out, but the problem is we have to say something because it keeps happening over and over and over again. A city is grieving. A wound has been ripped open with the name Elijah McClain. I go out of town and I tell people I'm from Denver and they say, ain't that by Aurora? Don't they kill black people out there? That's what I hear when I'm out of state.
Tristan Hurst, followed by KDOT. Tristan Hurst, followed by KDOT.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, and members of the council. My name is Tristan, and I am a resident of Aurora. I've been an Aurora resident for 7 years, a Ward 1 resident for 3. 2 years ago, I watched this council strike down a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. That night, I was heartbroken over children dying halfway around the world. It is heartbreaking, and we continue the boycott every day. But there's innocent blood being spilled here at home in Aurora as well. A mere 3 months later, I learned that Kylan Lewis, an unarmed black man, had been murdered by Aurora police, May 23rd. He was unarmed with his hands up on his knees. I watched his family plead for justice only for their cries to fall on deaf ears. I thought about Elijah McClain back in 2019 when I first learned of Kylan's execution. I thought that was years ago. Surely we learned. Surely we stopped. But we hadn't. The names continue to pile up, and even with Elijah's fame, we still haven't received justice. This week, the Colorado Court of Appeals overturned the homicide convictions of the 2 paramedics who injected Elijah McClain with a fatal dose of ketamine. They will face a new trial. That means for Elijah's family and for this community, there is no closure, only more waiting. Since Kylan, the names have accumulated. Corey Dillard, an Army veteran, shot and killed by an officer while holding an airsoft gun. Rashad Johnson, unarmed and barefoot, shot in a parking lot during a mental health crisis. Rajon Belt Stubblefield, unarmed, shot 3 times in front of his son after tossing his own gun away. Avibal Mason, a 17-year-old, shot and killed while unarmed, having called 911 themselves. Amar Garlington, shot after the police thought it was a good idea to send a K-9 unit to another mental health crisis. Each one of these is a tragedy, each family left waiting for answers that don't come. I started organizing internationally because genocide anywhere should outrage us. But I stayed local because justice cannot be global if it isn't local first. So here's my 3-minute ask. Stop asking for us to wait. Stop asking families to be patient while reviews happen, while appeals are granted, while officers stay on payroll. Elijah McClain should still be alive. Kylan Lewis should still be alive. So should Corey, Rashad, Rajon, Avi, and Amar. I'll keep showing up until Aurora stops killing its own people. Thank you.
KDOT, followed by Tanya Tabachek. KDOT, followed by Tanya Tabachek. Tanya Tabachek.
Elijah McClain. A lot of people don't know why my background as far as the reason why I stand up here. A lot of my family members didn't know before this time. Elijah McClain is literally the foundation and the fabric work that created me. And he is the reason why I fight for people, for justice, for accountability. He is the reason why I go so hard consistently for other people. So hearing the reversed conviction hurts my soul more than just my heart, because he is the reason why I'm up here today. Because I never wanted to have another Elijah McClain. That was my duty. That was my commitment. That was my oath to the people. That's why I get so frustrated. That's why I cuss. That's why I'm misunderstood. And that's also why I don't care. To be misunderstood, I'm willing to go to jail. I went to jail for protecting citizens. Beat every single case. Elijah McClain died alone. He shouldn't have. But he died alone by the very people that was there to take an oath to protect his rights and his life. So Angela, I remember when you went into the crowd that day, when you sat with us. I hold you accountable probably more than a lot of the other city councilmen, because I've talked to you, I've had one-on-one conversations with you. I really need you to dig deep inside yourself to really find that Angela that I know that you truly are. And I will continue to fight for justice, even if it means my own life.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Alejandra Marin Alerana.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First thing I wanted to say is I too watched that overturn of the conviction of Elijah McClain. I felt bad about that for his family, and condolences for his family and so forth, and I feel bad about that as well. And I don't know, I've had a lot of thoughts and stuff the last couple of years, and my mom has made statements to me saying that I can't be on one side and on the other side and so forth. And I need to just say what's on my heart and what I'm feeling, and not try to make one side happy and another side happy. And I need to just speak my mind on what I'm feeling and how I'm feeling about things. And if people want to talk to me, they could talk to me. If they don't want to talk to me, then so be it, so forth. And I have certain things that bother me and get on my mind. And I've brought up certain things to like Chief Chamberlain about people with special needs, and I guess he's brought up the fact that they use like actors or people if they act out, or how they respond to them. And I'm concerned, to be honest with you, I'm just concerned. Because sometimes my brother, he has episodes. And sometimes he swears, and so he hits his face, and I don't mean to get emotional, sorry. But he gets really upset. And so, you know, my thing is it's better to have real people that they meet with, that they see this stuff actually happening to these people when it happens, so they could actually see and respond when things like this happen, instead of actors, people, or people that say, oh, they start swearing and flipping out and hitting. They could contain it because they're acting. But my brother, when he flips out, he flips out. He don't care who's around. He'll just go off. And he's done it in a grocery store. He's done it at a church. He's done it in a parking lot. And he's Asian, you know? So, I don't know, and it just, I mean, I don't know. It just scares me, you know, and I try to bring suggestions up, and nobody wants to listen to me. So that's my plea, is maybe someone will listen to me and say, actually use actual people to actually look at this sometime. Thank you.
And the last speaker is Alejandra Marin El Arena.
Hi, my name is Alejandra, and I'm a resident of Aurora. I've been thinking a lot about what it means to bear witness. I think there's a lot that we can learn from trees who have acted as witnesses since they've existed. To witness is to be fully present and to bear the pain and love that fills the moments. Witnessing is an intentional act that declares all of our stories as important and necessary. When we bear witness, we are resisting a system that does everything in its power to ensure that we are disconnected from each other, our bodies, and the land. I would like to ask City Council, how have you bared witness to the people who come to speak to you? Are you cultivating a space where their experiences are acknowledged and incorporated into the city's policies? I have witnessed the loved ones of Kylan Lewis, Rajon Belt, and Elijah McClain, among so many more, come here well, not every week, but you know, every Monday that you guys have meetings. I've witnessed the pain that is caused by our government when it intentionally makes excuse after excuse for police violence. People are dead, mothers and children are grieving, while they go actively ignored by the City of Aurora, APD, and our state and federal governments. The connections between police violence, mass incarceration, and immigration enforcement are not lost on me. I've come to the conclusion that the suffering and pain of Black and Indigenous people is reflected in every foundation, crack, and pillar of this country. My name is Alejandra, and one way I bear witness to my community is by visiting people currently detained at the Aurora Geo Immigration Detention Center to support their legal case. There are about 1,500 people detained there. About 60% of people detained there have no criminal history. Out of the 40%, most of them are charges related to theft or drugs, which begs the question of who decides what constitutes a crime. Why is the government fostering situations where people are left hungry and desperate? Not to get too theoretical, but under capitalism, where exploitation of our bodies is how most of the money is made, unmet needs are a given. It is a given that people and children will go hungry, unhoused, and unprotected. Back to my question of what constitutes a crime. Why isn't it considered for police a crime for police to shoot and kill Aurora residents? To shoot and kill people's children, parents, friends, and loved ones? Why isn't it considered a crime for a company like Geo Group to make millions from starving immigrants and making people sick? Why did the Colorado courts decide that the two paramedics who contributed to the death of Elijah McClain isn't a crime? Why isn't it considered a crime for the U.S. government to outsource labor from immigrants, exploit their bodies, and expel them once they're done? Immigration is a natural act. Every living organism does it. Why is immigration considered?
Mayor, there's one more speaker, Andrea Cherboga.
Thank you, members of City Council, for your time. My name is Dre Chiriboga Flor. I live in Ward 1. I'm the Executive Director of Justice for the People Legal Center. Jason Legg and I co-founded JFP in 2023. We're a nonprofit law firm dedicated to fighting for the rights of renters and mobile homeowners across the state through impact litigation, grassroots organizing, and policy advocacy. Most of our cases involve challenging unlawful junk fees and violations of the Warranty of Habitability Act, among other issues. Landlords take tenants to court every single day. We believe we should be able to take landlords to court as well for unlawful behavior. When landlords defer maintenance and charge exorbitant junk fees, we believe these are examples of constructive evictions. These actions ultimately push people to the brink of becoming housing unstable. While numerous grassroots organizations have done an incredible job at passing critical legislation aimed at improving the rights of renters and mobile home residents at the state over the last 7 years, without enforcement and oversight, those laws are just words on paper. As one of the only firms set up to provide free legal services and do affirmative litigation to address root issues, it is absolutely impossible for us to keep up with the demand for enforcement. It's up to local governments to improve upon these laws, and one way to do this is to create a rental registry program to complement the current inspection program. Since we know that there are landlords that are so wealthy that a slap on the wrist or a fine is not enough to change their behavior. We have an opportunity to learn from dozens of examples from across the country and take best practices to create an even better, more effective version here. We, alongside DeGolia Law and Sue My Landlord, have been working alongside East Colfax Community Collective with residents displaced from Nome Street. I know you all are aware of that case, and it's, at the end of the day, not surprisingly, it was the landlords that are the ones facing criminal charges. I think we can all agree that steps should be have been taken to prevent the property from getting to the point of condemnation, and that we must do everything possible to prevent that from happening in other communities. We cannot afford to lose more units. The criminalization of homelessness in this city is outrageous, yet City Council in favor of criminalization aren't doing enough to prevent further homelessness. We're excited that there's an interest from several City Council members to work with impacted communities on this issue. We firmly believe that this could be a powerful tool for tenants to assert their rights and improve the livelihood of thousands of families. But this program could end up being not effective if it's not led by voices of people who are actually impacted by these issues. We're just here to open the door for more conversations and provide support as needed. But yeah, we really want to make sure that this is in the interest of people who are on the brink of homelessness or have been impacted by these issues. We also need to overturn the current criminal justice system and abolish the police and ICE.
That was the last speaker.
The next issue before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions.
Mayor.
What's that?
Can we take a brief recess?
Very well. The time is now 7:47. We'll recess until 8 o'clock.
Yeah, Jason. Should be virtual because Rob can't come in.
The next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motions, item number 10C1 to 10C3. Motion is in order. Question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on motion. It's item number 10C1 through 10C3. Motion is in order.
Mayor.
Councilmember Medina.
Motion to approve 10C1 through 10C3.
Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by? Second by Councilmember Jackson to approve the consent calendar on motions, item number 10C1, 10C3. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of the consent calendar on motions, item number 10C1 to 10C3.
Mayor Kaufman,
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Bergen,
I submitted mine.
Councilmember Bergen, it's not showing up on my end. Can you tell me what your vote is?
Yes.
Thank you. The vote passes with unanimously.
The next question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances, item number 11A1 to 11B1. Motion is in order.
Mayor.
Is it Councilmember Bergen?
Mayor Hancock.
Oh, Councilmember Hancock.
For
Okay.
11A1,
Are you pulling 11A1?
yes.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
motion to approve 11A2 through 11B1.
Very well. Question before us.
Second.
We need a second.
Oh, I'm sorry, who seconded it?
Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen, second by Councilmember Bergen. So the question before us is the adoption of the consent calendar on resolutions and ordinances. Item number 11A2 to item number 11B1. Discussion? Okay, very well.
Mayor, there's a speaker on 11B1.
Very well.
The speaker is Ali DeWills Marcano.
I would. Yeah, let's do that.
What she wants to do is 11.
Doesn't go down.
All right. Be still, my beating heart. Eminent domain for 5-minute TEDways, for at-grade boarding for me and other people with disabilities, for independent access to all of the amazing businesses and cultural spots on Colfax, for an accessible and affordable way to get to Denver when I need to. Are you kidding me? Sorry to break down into a public transit fangirl, but y'all, this is the dream. My office is off of Colfax in Denver. I rely on public transit to get to and from work when I'm required to be in the office, and it is not easy or reasonable. I'm waiting sometimes more than an hour between transfers on buses, and that bus is stuck in traffic 95% of the time. And unfortunately, the frequent problem is that bus ramps are broken or the stops are inaccessible for me in my chair. BRT on Colfax is going to change not just my life, but the lives of so many Aurorans. It will be frequent, fast, and easy to use, and I will be able to get on the bus by the same entrance at the same level as everyone else, because the platforms for BRT are lifted and boarding is at grade. I'll be able to rely on one frequent bus so I can stop to do some quick shopping or grab a bite at a local Aurora restaurant and know that I can easily just catch the next bus, which will be there in just minutes, no matter what time I show up. That's all I really have to say. I cannot tell you how excited I am for this project. One day you will all be known as the council that got this done. The BRT along the backbone of Aurora that actually modernizes and improves our public transit. When it's all built and I get to write it, you might even see less of me. If that's what it takes to get y'all to vote for this, it's a promise. Vote for this and you'll see less of me. I'll be busy getting to and from wherever I please independently.
Further discussion?
Oh, just any further comment? That's it.
Is there anybody else? Okay.
No more speakers.
Okay, further discussion on the adoption of the consent calendar resolutions and ordinances. Item number 11A2 to 11B1. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of consent calendar resolutions and ordinances 11A2 to 11B1.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Bergen. Okay. The vote passes unanimously.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 11A1?
Item 11A1 is Resolution 2026-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, expressing the Aurora City Council's strong support for and directing the city manager to require City Council approval for certain types of contracts and agreements.
Representation by staff.
Mayor, this item would, again, as noted in the title, would direct me to bring certain contracts related with any contracts or agreements with ICE or the GEO facility to council, and that is something we can comply with.
Very well. Questions of staff? Seeing none.
Mayor.
Oh, speakers? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Bergen?
Yes. I don't understand why we would have to get city council approval on these specific contracts and agreements. I have full confidence in our city manager that he would make good decisions.
Councilmember Bergen, Pete Schulte, City Attorney. So you are correct. Generally, there are many contracts that the city manager can approve on his own without coming to council, but this is a policy decision. And if council directs the city manager to make sure that any of those contracts with the GEO facility or ICE come to council so they're aware of it, that is completely in the council's purview to do that. And Jason and I were talking, there hasn't been one that we can think about.
Right.
So, but just so you all are aware, because there are certain things that Jason could approve that you may not be aware of because of the amount. This would just make sure you guys are aware of it.
Mayor. So Mayor, may I?
Okay,
Follow up.
speakers. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Bergen.
You're still talking.
Oh, Councilmember Bergen.
You cut out, Councilmember Bergen. Go ahead again.
Yeah, so thank you for that, City Attorney Schulte. And I mean, we haven't had these type of contracts come before us, specifically related to these federal agencies. But again, we have allowed our city manager in the past to make those decisions on contracts. So are we, as a policy decision, saying that we do not trust our city manager?
Procedurally, we should do we're supposed to do speakers first. And then,
sorry.
So we could do questions. We could do so questions of the staff would be appropriate first, and then speakers, just so that the presentation is full, so the public is aware of it.
Yeah.
I think that's Councilmember Bergen. I'm not going to get in the policy discussion for you guys because that's City Council's purview. But I mean, you could, if you voted no for that because you think that the city manager, you can trust the city manager, that's certainly in each council member's purview to do so. But Jason and I have talked about it. This is one of those areas that you want all these contracts, if they exist, to come to council, then we're willing to do it. Otherwise, it's again, it's a policy decision on council.
Very well.
Mayor, I do have a question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So it was GEO and ICE, but also Core Civic, Key Lime Air, so like the private prison contractors and transport contractors, right? So it's a little bit.
It's a little bit more than just
those two. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Further questions of staff? Seeing none, then to the speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Ali D. Wills Marcano, followed by Alejandra Marin Elarena.
I told you, I'm all over this tonight. Back in the day, former Mayor Bob Laguerre used to love to say, "The city of Aurora isn't in the business of blank." He'd use that phrase to say we couldn't do all sorts of things, from housing to accessibility to festivals. I can't tell you how excited I am to try to capture his essence as I say, hey, the city of Aurora shouldn't be in the business of immigration and customs enforcement. It's really that simple. Aurora should never be in the business of voluntarily partnering with corporations whose business models depend on detention, deportation, and incarceration. Every contract is a choice. Every contract should reflect our city's values, including being a welcoming city to our immigrant and refugee neighbors. Unfortunately, this resolution doesn't close the horrific facility in our neighborhood. Unfortunately, it does not change federal immigration policy. And while I would personally be thrilled if it did those things, because I want to shut down GEO in its entirety and keep Trump's weird personal army from harming my neighbors and friends, that's not what we're voting on tonight. Let's clear up the weird fear-mongering from former council members' Facebook posts. This ordinance doesn't shut down GEO. It doesn't stop ICE from harassing and torturing and caging people. It just keeps Aurora from automatically signing contracts with skeezy corporations, doing the most inhumane things you can imagine to whoever Trump's decided to point the finger at this week. That's it. After this passes, Aurora could still even sign contracts with these cartoonishly evil for-profit organizations if a future council majority wants to approve. It's truly wild that anyone's freaked out about this. It's a very reasonable, practical policy that gives elected officials oversight over contract decisions. I applaud council members Horton and Jackson for bringing up this package of legislation tonight. Please vote yes on this first resolution. And hey, if the weirdos are going to lie and say you're dismantling the detention and immigration enforcement systems anyway, why not just do it? Next time, let's be the big, scary harbingers of the socialist apocalypse they say we are and just shut down GEO. See you later.
Alejandra Marin Elarena, followed by Linda Bullock. Linda Bullock, followed by Brina Kennedy.
Good evening. That's a lot of energy to follow, is all I can say. I am a resident of North Aurora, Ward 1. I've lived in this community for over 30 years. I'm also a retired Aurora Public Schools teacher, and I consider myself fortunate to be a resident of Aurora. In recent years, I volunteered with immigrant support organizations, including the Colorado Rapid Response Network, AFSC, and Court Watch. Through the work, I've witnessed the fear and uncertainty that many families experience when loved ones are detained. I've met people struggling to navigate a complex legal system while trying to keep their families together. But this is not the primary reason I am here tonight. I'm here because I never expected to find a large immigration detention facility in my backyard. The GEO detention facility houses over 1,500 detainees, of which somewhere around 1,200 are there not because of criminal activities and are actually individuals abiding by the legal system, and many have legal protected status in this United States, although it doesn't seem that it's happening. Over the years, serious concerns have been raised about the conditions inside the facility, including access to medical care, food, sanitation, and of course, overcrowding. Whether or not every allegation is ultimately proven or not, one issue remains clear. There is far too little transparency and accountability for a facility that operates within our community. Aurora has much to be proud of. We are a city that values diversity, fairness, and I always thought human dignity. Those values should not stop at the walls of a detention center. I'm asking you to use the authority you have to demand transparency, oversight, and most importantly, accountability for what's occurring inside of that facility. If those standards cannot be met, then the city should seriously reconsider whether this facility should continue operating under its current arrangements. We can do better than this. Aurora is better than this, and I believe that every one of you are better than this. Thank you.
Brenna Kennedy, followed by Joel Benjamin. Brenna Kennedy, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Brenna Kennedy. I'm a community organizer and I'm 16 years old. I'm a resident of Aurora, Ward 5. I've lived here my entire life and I was born in Aurora. I'm here in support of this resolution. This resolution would give City Council a greater role in reviewing and shaping agreements before they are finalized while providing residents with more opportunities for public input. The people of Aurora deserve transparency when decisions are being made that affect our community. Public input should be part of the process before agreements are finalized, not after, because after all, we are those affected. This would also prevent corporate actors from being able to make profit from the pain of our immigration system, such as the GEO-ICE facility, where may I add, 63% of detainees have no criminal charges. I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Ayante Anderson. Joel Benjamin, followed by Ayante Anderson.
No, I can't think of a single circumstance. That's what I wanted to, that we would agree.
I think there's a bunch of different issues that some of you are allowing to bleed into each other as a distraction from solving any of them. The folks who spoke before me are, of course, correct. This facility is awful. It shouldn't be there. None of this system should be there. We're here with this resolution in support of it because in the past few weeks, you all tried to sneak through, the police tried to sneak through a memorandum of understanding that, among other problems, and there are other problems, would have facilitated surveillance of First Amendment protected conduct by protesters outside this facility. That's been happening since this facility was opened in my teenage years. This shouldn't be necessary. We shouldn't have to compel contracts that are signed that involve the city to come through the council. But it's a through line of everybody who's spoken here tonight that the oversight function of this council has been failing us for many years. The police chief needs to be fired. Other members of our city government need to be fired. But more critically, the conditions inside this facility are subpar, to say the very least. They're criminal. They are subhuman. None of this should be necessary. I guess in a hypothetical world where folks had broken the law, we might treat them with a form of justice that was not deliberately cruel. But every element of the sentence I just said falls apart. These are not criminals. The treatment inside this facility is unimaginable. And by the way, we know that. We've been presenting reports of what's in that facility to you all for weeks, years. But more recently, we have both two different reports that come from folks who have been detained and folks who have done the visitation, like some of the folks behind me. We also have a whistleblower complaint to Adams County Public Health that reflects that the employees of the facility and their legal representation are not willing to engage with us in good faith. This is in front of you all because you represent us. We vote for you in hopes that you'll run the city the right way. That's it. This is pretty obvious, folks. Thanks.
Ayante Anderson, followed by Median Schaffner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I rise in strong support of the resolution before you because the people of Aurora deserve to know when their government is considering partnerships with agencies, corporations, and contractors whose actions can fundamentally alter the lives of the residents of Aurora. This resolution is about accountability. It is about transparency, and it is about democracy. No contract involving ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, private detention corporations, or entities that profit from detention and deportation should ever be executed without public scrutiny or a public vote. Not in Aurora, not now, and not ever. because these are not ordinary contracts. These are agreements that can impact whether families are separated, whether residents feel safe reporting crimes, whether immigrants trust public institutions, whether our city becomes a participant in systems that many believe undermine due process, civil liberties, and human dignity. These consequences are too significant to be left to administrative discretion. The people of Aurora have a right to know who their government is partnering with. They have a right to hear these arguments. They have a right to watch the debate. They have a right to know how every member of this council would vote on these contracts. That is not a burden. That is your job. If these agreements are truly in public interest, then they should be able to withstand scrutiny. If they cannot survive public scrutiny, they should not survive at all. For years, communities across the nation have watched decisions involving detentions and deportation made with little transparency and even less accountability. Those decisions have eroded trust, divided communities, left residents wondering whether their government serves the people or serves the Trump administration. Aurora has an opportunity to choose a different path. And let us be honest with what is at stake. Aurora is one of the most diverse cities in the state of Colorado. Thousands of immigrant families call this city home. They contribute to your economy, strengthen your neighborhoods, worship in your churches, attend your schools, and make Aurora the city that it is today. They are not guests in this community. They are a part of this community, and they deserve a government that is willing to make consequential decisions in the light of day. The question before you is simple. Should the city manager do this alone, or should the elected city council of Aurora do it for them? The answer is obvious.
Median Schaffner, followed by Jan Wilson. Median Schaffner, followed by Jan Wilson.
I don't normally ascribe to introducing myself, but after how this meeting opened this evening, I might start introducing myself as the Median Schaffner. So this resolution, I don't think that it's going to be a surprise that it'll pass. I mean, I'll sit at the edge of my seat. If Hancock, Lawson, or Bergen vote yes, I'll sit at the edge of my seat. But I want to speak into this, speaking into beyond the passing of this resolution. So as you go into this process, what I hope you all understand is that you are becoming involved with a system that is already corrupt, with a system that is already causing pain. So I hope that you tread intentionally and lightly and leverage this as an opportunity to start considering what the contracts look like. Because the city of Aurora is very well aware of the conditions of the Geo Center. And the city of Aurora has not taken any chances of shutting it down. So the resolution will allow for you to go into specific negotiations that will help to create a different environment or get rid of it. Because the city of Aurora shut down the historic Beck Rec Center due to water damage, but we keep the Geo Center open when we see what's happening in those conditions. But this resolution can do something different. The city of Aurora also opened up an audit of nonprofit organizations that serve migrants and decided that that was something appropriate. But this resolution will allow for you to be in full audit mode. So it is my hope that as you explore this resolution, you are able to understand that you now have an opportunity to see a different outcome, because that is what your constituency is expecting and anticipating. So again, I don't anticipate that there will be a lack of votes of yes to this resolution, but I will sit at the edge of my seat to watch to see if we get a vote of yes from Hancock, Lawson, or Bergen. And lucky me, I was able to stay on topic, even though we had some eyes cutting over to the mayor looking to see if he'll gavel me down. Because I am speaking about the resolution and the opportunities that it opens up as you all start to consider the contracts that will come your way. And I ask that you now take the opportunity to create language that will allow for you to shut GEO down.
Jan Wilson. Jan Wilson. Okay, that was the last speaker.
Very well. I just have a question of staff to the city manager. How many contracts have you signed with GEO, and in your years with the city of Aurora, your predecessors, are you aware that of any contracts that they've signed with GEO?
None.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, we have we had a memorandum. It wasn't snuck through. It was debated and voted on this city council between APD and GEO. But to have a contractual agreement with them, I can't imagine under what circumstances which that would be. A motion is in order.
Mayor,
Why don't we make a motion and then we'll have a discussion.
Sure. Mayor, move to approve.
It's moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Second.
second by
Okay, yeah.
second by who?
Medina.
Oh, Councilmember Medina. Discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So these corporations do quite a bit more than just immigration enforcement. Denver had contracts with CoreCivic and GEO for halfway houses and things of that nature. So if we were choosing to enter into those types of contracts, which wouldn't be inconsistent with, for example, the actions we've taken related to the navigation campus, what council is saying is we want to know if that's who we're looking at contracting with for these services, and we want to have that discussion. We don't want those types of things to go through without discussion, without transparency, and without engagement. And that knowing what GEO is and what they do, they in particular are an entity we would not want to contract with.
Further discussion. Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 11A1.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember. Right, the motion passes with 7 yes votes and 3 no votes. The no votes are from Councilmember Bergen, Councilmember Hancock, and Councilmember Lawson.
Clerk now reads the title to item number 12A.
Okay, item 12A is ordinance 2026-18, a public hearing and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending the 2018 comprehensive plan to adopt by reference Connecting Aurora, the City of Aurora's multimodal transportation master plan.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Carly Campizano, and I'm a Deputy Director in the Public Works Department, and I'm going to be the staff source for this plan this evening. So here with me tonight is Huliang Liu, Principal Transportation Planner. He also is the co-project manager of the Connecting Aurora effort along with me. And we also have Daniel Krasnowski here as well on the city staff side. Daniel is a planning manager in our planning department as well. I also want to quickly acknowledge Tom Worker-Braddock, our deputy project manager up on the staff level with the project. And then Keith Borsheim is our consulting project manager. Both of them couldn't be here tonight, but did a lot of work on the project. I think the screen share is working. So this item before you is the adoption of the Connecting Aurora Transportation Master Plan. You've heard about it various times at TAPS and at a previous study session meeting. And this item here before you is to officially adopt the plan. Okay, so going over what is Connecting Aurora, this is our first ever multimodal transportation master plan. This is proposed to be adopted as an amendment to Aurora's comprehensive plan called Aurora Places. And this plan is really intended to guide Aurora's transportation investments related to policies, programs, and projects for the long term, so over the next 25 plus years. This is a schedule, just shows the part of the timeline and process of this plan. It's been going on for a little over 2 years now. The project was divided into 4 phases, and there was extensive public engagement and outreach done with each project phase, and which all culminates in us being here for adoption tonight. So we've gone to the TAPS committee various times and also brought the final plan to study session on May 4th. So as part of the planning process, we developed a vision, mission, and goals for the project. These were developed in close coordination with the community and with many of you all over the last couple years. And so our vision is that Aurora safely connects all people to our places for a healthy, sustainable, and economically strong community. And our mission is that the City of Aurora will provide a complete transportation system to meet the needs of all people. The city will engage the public in the delivery of plans, programs, policies, standards, and projects. There's also 10 goals here on the screen and in the packet that illustrate how the city plans to go about prioritizing projects, policies, and programs to be consistent with the feedback that we've heard and to be consistent with the vision and mission identified in the project. Just touching on community engagement, we've had very extensive community engagement throughout this project. A lot of you have helped with a lot of that, which we really appreciate, and attended various events. All of these events have helped us reach people in a variety of ways and resulted in over 1 million touch points overall with the community on this project. As part of the project, we conducted what we call scenario planning, which is where we envisioned different potential futures that the city could embark on, and then what those futures would result in with regards to the transportation network to guide what we wanted to do and how we want Aurora to look and feel and work for us going forward. And so after extensive feedback again, what we landed on is a place-oriented city. And this includes a city that has increases the number of convenient, affordable, and safe mobility choices and emphasizes the need to concentrate neighborhoods, concentrate destinations near neighborhoods. This also imagines different investments in multimodal travel, such as walking, biking, and transit infrastructure, and focuses on making these modes more accessible for our residents and community members. Through that lens, we developed various visionary networks. These visionary networks were developed for each mode, and then layering on top of each other, these networks overall result in a visionary network. And this helps define how the city can support each mode and what changes need to be made to help improve travel with all of these different modes. To realize this vision, we've identified in this plan policies, programs, capital investments, and partnerships. So these are all documented in more detail in the plan, and these will really help bring us forward and will help us to transform our transportation network into what we need it to be for our future and our residents. And so for the procedure for approval, we're required to conduct a public hearing for approval of this item, and we also need to have a vote of no less than 2/3 of the membership of the council, since this will be amending a comp plan. And as far as the criteria for approval in City Code, the approval shall be recommended and approved only if it promotes the long-term economic, social, environmental health of the city and protects the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Aurora. And we believe the plan does all that, and we're very happy to present it to you this evening. And here's the official question for the council is, does the council approve the proposed comprehensive plan amendment? And we're also happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions of staff? Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this issue?
No speakers.
Very well. Motion is in order.
Mayor,
Mayor Pro Tem.
move to approve item 12A.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by
Second.
Councilmember Horton to approve item number 12A. Discussion?
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So just want to say I'm super excited that this is finally coming forward to us, and also very thankful for the staff. The outreach efforts that you all undertook were incredibly impressive, probably one of the biggest outreach efforts that has been ever undertaken for a policy or project in the city, and yielded from our community that they would like to invest in more convenient, faster transit, which I know is not one of the short-term projects that we're able to pursue outside of Colfax BRT, which also thank you all for working on that. But
should I close the public?
it was really helpful to understand that across the entire city, that is a desire. But also to recognize that safety is really the #1 priority of folks, and that we really need to dig in and look at what safety means and what safety for people using all modes means. And so really appreciate your investment, and am very excited for us to be approving this plan, and certainly urge my colleagues to support, but I think they were going to already.
I stand corrected. I needed to close the public hearing. Public hearing is now, and it was already been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Mayor,
Councilmember Horton.
to echo Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, I really want to thank staff for all your work on this. I also want to give a shout out to past chairs of TAPS and council members who made sure we got here today. I had the easy job in the last 6 months as the chair of TAPS to say, all right, let's move it ahead. And so thank you for council members in the past, those currently here, and those who don't serve anymore for your work on this.
I just want to personally thank staff. I mean, there were so many outreach meetings that you did over a fairly long period of time, and so it certainly has paid off. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12A.
Councilmember Bergen. The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 12B?
Item 12B is ordinance 2026-20, a public hearing and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado for a zoning plan amendment to rezone approximately 104 acres of land to mixed-use airport located east of future Harvest Road, west of Powhatan Road, and north of future 12th Avenue.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
And hold on, hey, guys in the audio booth, the audio went way down in here. Can you turn it back up? I'm having a hard time hearing.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sarah Weil, Senior Planner 3 in Planning and Business Development, presenting for staff tonight. Before you are 3 zoning map amendments for the tributary master plan. I'll have a single presentation for the next 3 agenda items since they're related, and then I can provide a more detailed summary of each item when we get to those. So the tributary master plan and the associated zoning map amendments are generally located east of E470, south of Interstate 70, and north of 6th Avenue. In the Aurora Places Comprehensive Plan, which provides guidance for future development in the city, the property is within the city corridor, commercial hub, urban district, and emerging neighborhood place types. The zoning map amendments are consistent with the vision and goals of each of these place types. So this is the current zoning map for the area. The western portion is zoned MUR, mixed use regional, and the remainder is zoned R2, medium density residential. MUR primarily allows commercial and higher density residential uses, while R2 primarily allows low to medium density residential uses. This is the proposed zoning map. In the upper right corner, just west of Powhatan Road, south of Interstate 70, and east of the future Harvest Road, a zoning map amendment is proposed to MUA, mixed-use airport, to allow more commercial and higher-density residential uses to take advantage of its proximity to the Harvest Road Interstate 70 interchange that is currently under construction. In the middle, just west of the future Harvest Road and south of Interstate 70, a zoning map amendment is proposed to MUR, mixed-use regional, to allow mixed-use, commercial, and higher-density residential uses to also take advantage of the new interchange. In the bottom left corner, just north of 6th Avenue and west of Harvest Road, a zoning map amendment is proposed to R2 to provide a broader transition between the existing residential uses in Cross Creek and Adonia to the south. A 27-acre administrative activity center will also be provided as part of this to provide commercial development for Tributary and the surrounding neighborhoods, and will be reviewed under the mixed-use corridor zone district standards when future site plans are submitted. So these are the proposed zoning map amendment areas overlaid on the approved land use map for Tributary to show how the changes to the zone districts will align the proposed land uses with a compatible zone district. This is the approval criteria in the Unified Development Ordinance for zoning map amendments, which primarily looks at consistency with the comprehensive plan and other adopted plans by City Council, as well as compatibility with surrounding developments. At the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing on May 13th, 2026, the Commission recommended unanimous approval of all 3 zoning map amendments because they found it met the approval criteria in the UDO. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, and the applicant is also available for questions. Thank you.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, is there a presentation by the applicant?
They're available for questions.
Okay, questions for the applicant? Does anybody wish to speak on this issue?
Yes, there are 2 speakers. The first speaker is Marcus Leon. Stephen B. Those are the only 2.
Very well. Again, questions of staff for the applicant? Seeing none, public hearing is closed and a motion is in order. On item number 12B.
Motion to approve.
What's that? I'm sorry. Moved by Councilmember Wiles, second by?
Medina.
Second by Councilmember Medina to approve item number 12B. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12B.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 12C?
Item 12C is ordinance 2026-21, a public hearing and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado for a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 189 acres of land to mixed-use regional located west of future Harvest Road and north of future Tributary Parkway.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
Sure. So this is the zoning map amendment to MUR, which is just west of Harvest Road and south of Interstate 70, to allow the applicant to do mixed use and commercial and higher density residential up in this area. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this to City Council.
Presentation by the applicant. Does anybody wish to be heard on this?
No speakers.
Questions of staff or the applicant? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve.
It's moved by Councilmember Wiles, seconded by?
Second.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Horton to approve item number 12C. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12C.
The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 12D.
12D is ordinance 2026-22, a public hearing and introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado for a zoning map amendment to rezone approximately 143 acres of land to medium-density residential district located west of future Harvest Road and south of future Tributary Parkway.
Public hearing is now open. Presentation by staff.
The zoning map amendment is just north of 6th Avenue and west of Harvest Road to allow a better transition to the existing residential in the area, and it also allows for the designation of an administrative activity center at the corner of Harvest Road and 6th Avenue where future commercial will be developed of 27 acres. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended unanimous approval of this zoning map amendment.
Okay. Presentation by the applicant. Does anybody wish to be heard on this?
No speakers.
Questions of staff for the applicant? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve.
Moved by Councilmember Wiles, seconded by
Coombs.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Coombs to approve item number 12D. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 12D.
Councilmember Coombs? Councilmember Jackson? The motion passes unanimously.
The clerk now please read the title to item number 13A.
Item 13A is ordinance 2026-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending Chapter 22 of the Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado, related to periodic inspections, occupancy standards, and habitability requirements for detention facilities. And Mayor, there are speakers on this item.
Very well. Those are speakers, right?
Multi-presentation by staff.
Oh, a presentation by staff.
Jason, do you want to, you're listed as a staff source. This is on the 2080, so periodic inspections, occupancy standards, and habitability.
Thanks. Did you want to give the, I was going to say, do we normally start with the sponsor?
Or do we have the?
Well, it's a,
Jason's a staff.
but yeah, but it's a sponsor, so do you want to let the sponsor start? Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm happy to chime in, but you want to start sponsor, I'll recognize
Councilmember
the
Horton.
sponsor.
All right, deal. All right, so this is one of two ordinances regarding detention facilities. Aurora has two, one just around the corner here, that's Municipal Detention Center, and then the Geo Detention Center, also known as the Aurora Ice Processing Center off of 30th and Peoria. It has been brought to our attention numerous times that very locally here in Ward 1, we have the Geo Detention Center that continues to violate the conditions on which those who are detained in that facility deserve. And so, really at the end of the day, this is the part of the limitations that as a municipality we can do when it comes to that particular detention facility. And if I'm being snarky, I will say this, that one of their core values is to maintain quality facilities, and we're just making sure as a municipal we're helping them do that.
Okay. Questions of Councilmember Horton?
And really, if I might, Mayor, so, and what's specific about this particular ordinance, it applies to all detention facilities in the city, not just ICE facilities. I'm glad you brought that up, but on the legal side, we want to make sure that it's evenly applied. Even our detention facility here would have to meet the standards that we have at the Aurora Detention Center. It's not a jail, but it's a detention center, and anything being built in the future. So I just want to make that clear for the record.
Questions of the sponsor? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Oh, we have speakers.
I'm sorry, we have speakers.
The first speaker is Aaron Futrell, followed by Alejandra Marin Elerrana.
Good evening once again, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the time to actually speak. The last time I stood before you and spoke on ICE, I actually started with a poem. This time I'm actually going to give thanks to Janina Horton and Councilmember Ali Jackson for bringing this resolution forward. Some have dismissed this resolution as performative and political grandstanding. We have all heard the argument that resolutions are ceremonial, that they do not change policy on their own, and that they do not move the goalpost. There is some truth to that. Real lasting change often requires structural reforms and in some cases changes to governing documents and policies. But every meaningful change begins with the first step, and this resolution is an important first step. For far too long, we have heard troubling reports about conditions of the jail facility. Reports of inadequate medical care, prolonged detention, serious illnesses, deaths, and barriers preventing local and national elected officials from conducting meaningful oversight. Whether one agrees with federal policy or not, and accountability should never be controversial. This resolution addresses these concerns. It calls for greater oversight, greater actions, and greater transparency. These are not radical ideas. These are fundamental principles of good government. Recently, misinformation circulated on social media suggesting that a council member attended a city-funded trip to learn how to resist ICE. That claim was false, yet it was shared in a way that was sought to inflame tensions and divide our community. I bring this up because decisions of this magnitude should be guided by facts, not fear by evidence, not misinformation. By allowing local, state, and federal officials greater access to inspect detention facilities, you gain a clearer understanding of what is happening behind these walls. We can identify areas where improvements are needed and ensure that individuals being held there are treated with dignity and humanity. Oversight is not an attack on law enforcement or immigration enforcement. Oversight is accountability, and accountability strengthens public trust. Aurora proudly describes itself as one of the most diverse cities in Colorado. Diversity is not simply a slogan or a statistic. It is a commitment to treating every person with fairness, respect, and equal dignity under the law. This resolution reflects that commitment. Tonight, we have an opportunity to choose transparency over secrecy, accountability over indifference, and facts over fear. I urge this council to support this resolution and send a clear message that Aurora values human dignity and responsible oversight. And to council members Horton and Jackson, keep pushing forward. As one of my college professors who inspired me to become an activist once often said, give them hell. Keep fighting for accountability, transparency.
Alejandra Marin El Arena, followed by Kristen Mallory.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alejandra, and I usually have something prepared, but I didn't have time, so just bear with me. Like I mentioned earlier, one of the ways that I bear witness to my community is by visiting people who are currently detained at the Aurora Geo Immigration Detention Center. Our goal is to support their legal case, find legal representation because, as it is on the outside, it's not accessible to find legal representation, even less so when you're detained in prison. And so, there's also a lot of lawyers or scams going on around, people taking advantage of people in these vulnerable positions, charging thousands of dollars. Okay, but that's besides the point. But anyway, like the gentleman who came before me had mentioned, there is a lot of reports coming from Aurora Geo where there's a lot of human rights abuses, challenges to due process. People aren't being adequately fed. When I read the community accountability report from Casa de Paz, it was the first community accountability report written. They mentioned or reported that one person had only ate one apple, the only fruit that they had during their 8th month in detention, one apple for 8 months, the only fruit that they had. And I don't know, when you don't eat, when you don't sleep right, your body starts to get sick. It starts to to degrade. Thank you. Who said that? And yeah, people detained at Aurora Geo are getting sick. And because they aren't being adequately fed, because they're not sleeping well, because they're in chronically stressful situations where there's a lot of challenges to due process. I mean, sitting in court, I've witnessed people not being able to hear correctly, the translation going on. I've even seen like when there was so many people, the judge had to hear like 50 or so people in the span just in the morning, and to go faster, they would hear 4 people at a time. So they wouldn't take adequate time for each case to decide to hear what they have to say. Yeah. I was talking to one of our neighbors who was detained. His name is Javier.
Kristen Mallory, followed by Brenna Kennedy. Kristen Mallory, followed by Brenna Kennedy.
Good evening, Council. Kristen Mallory, Ward 3. First, I want to say I don't believe people belong in cages. I especially do not believe in putting people in cages when the only offense these folks have allegedly committing is crossing an imaginary line made up by people who stole and colonized this land. Immigration enforcement is cruel. GEO is cruel. Immigration facilities should not exist. The facility in Aurora should not exist. But since I am dealing with the world as it is, not as the world as I imagined to be, I offer this. I started speaking at City Council in 2017 about the inhumane conditions at the GEO Group facility in Aurora. Back then, there was illness, food safety issues, and sanitation issues. But Congress started doing inspections, Congressman Crow. Great. The hope is that something has changed. In preparing for tonight, I took a look at the Office of Inspector General reports. The OIG is an independent, nonprofit oversight agency for the federal government. Its primary mission is to fight waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement to ensure that government programs operate efficiently and with integrity. But in 2014, yes, an entire 7 years after we knew the conditions were bad, after Congressman Crow had inspected the facility, the report still states, faculty and ICE staff did not provide detainees consistent information regarding ingredients of food items, such as menu items labeled beef that did not contain beef, did not distribute pillows to all incoming detainees, did not provide equal access to barber services, did not clarify proper procedures for securely saving legal information on communal computers, did not conduct medical screenings prior to assigning classification ratings. Some detainees experienced delays in receiving specialty medical care from outside providers. And this is on the very front page of the report. This is in the summary. You can see it for yourself. You don't even have to look that far to see not much has changed. There is still illness, food safety, and sanitation issues. I dream of a world without these detention centers. But in the meantime, I support this ordinance and commend Councilwoman Horton and Councilwoman Jackson on taking these steps to hold GEO accountable. 7 years later, it's about damn time. Finally, a simple reminder, no one is illegal on stolen land. Thank you.
Brenna Kennedy, followed by Holly Chang.
Once again, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I've already introduced myself, but my name is Brenna Kennedy. For years, community members, elected officials, lawmakers, and the press have exposed GEO and ICE's endangerment of the people's human rights inside the GEO facility. Despite those concerns about conditions, the public has very little access to information about what is happening inside. The atrocities that GEO is committing needs to be seen. This ordinance would allow the City of Aurora to conduct inspections to determine whether basic habitability and safety standards are being met, which, as you've heard from the speaker before me, have not been being met. This is essential if the city is going to understand what is happening inside a facility operating within its boundaries. We need to start treating people with the same respect and rights as we have. Like I said earlier, I'm 16. As the first thing I learned in school was the golden rule, and I think that's something that you guys have forgotten. Treat others the way you want to be treated. And I know damn well if any of you guys were in this facility, you would not want to be treated the way these people are being treated. I know damn well. Conditions inside the GEO facility have worsened significantly over the last 18 months. This measure would lead to accountability and perhaps avoid another preventable death. There is blood on GEO hands. The people held at the GEO are the people held at GEO are human beings. They have families, loved ones, dreams, and futures, just like all of you. Their health and safety matters. The fact I'm here asking adults to find a moral compass is fucking sickening. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Holly Chang, followed by Joel Benjamin. Holly Chang, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Hello, I'm Holly. I'm a resident of Aurora and work in public health in Aurora, although I'm speaking on my own behalf today. I think it's interesting that you talked about other correctional facilities will be subject to investigation, good. GEO and anyone that works with ICE as well as APD are taxpayer funded essentially and are wasting our money. The contract between GEO and Aurora and the federal government, we think, is about $47 million. The one in Hudson's about $37 million. That is money that we are paying for. It should be inspected. It should be up to standards. First of all, why isn't the capacity of that place public knowledge? According to Casa de Paz, we thought it was around 1,300. In December, we were getting reports from people that worked in the kitchen that they were preparing meals for about 1,400 people. That was around the same time that we had outbreaks there. The ones that they did not allow Adams County to investigate, but I think we'll talk about communicable diseases later. And then sometime magically after that, after there were complaints, they increased the capacity of that facility to around 1,530. Even congressional offices sometimes can't get information on how many people are inside. On January 28th, Crow's report says ICE said that the place is under capacity. They did not confirm the exact number during the oversight visit and instead directed our team to submit the request for information to the ICE Office of Congressional Relations, who never gets back to anybody. On January 5th, below new capacity of 1,530, ICE did not confirm the exact number, and so on. We know overcrowding is occurring. We know that the food, when overcrowding occurs, gets lower. We had reports in June that the AC was off for a couple days in the heat of the summer. Consistently, if you read our reports, the AC is blasting at all hours of the day at the wrong times during the winter. Water and toilets have also been inconsistent at times, including during the time of the outbreak when folks that were sick were working in the kitchen. There were over 60 people in one area during that time of overcrowding. I helped a man with cognitive decline in that facility that drank shampoo to try to kill himself because of the conditions inside. Another patient of mine, her husband told me that when he complained about the lack of food, he was told he would go to solitary confinement.
Joel Benjamin, followed by Jan Wilson.
those of us who are descended from people who survived the Holocaust have a really specific relationship with trying to remember those events. My grandfather died when I was 3. I'm 36. Do the math. A lot of the people who spoke behind me weren't alive at the same time he was and are doing a better job than the adults and the leaders. When I spoke last about this, I compared in very direct terms Casa de Paz's report, which I remind you, this is not a leftist dream of some kind. This is deep research from interviews with people who were detained, as well as folks who do visitation, like many of the folks here tonight. I compared that text with my grandfather's account of his own time at Buchenwald. I'll repeat some of that. My grandfather, mid-1940s, our daily food consisted of a piece of dry bread and a ladle of soup, maybe a few cabbage leaves. Our community report from last year. Lunch today was a 1/3 cup of beans, a 1/4 cup canned corn, 1 to 2 pieces of lettuce, half piece of bread, and a baby spoon-sized serving of something unidentifiable, lacking color. I can go on like this. You all have this information. Any citizen has this information. Any human on the planet, and perhaps beyond with access to our internet, has this information. This is similar to a theme of the night. We need this oversight because the default behavior is not acceptable. I guess there certainly should not be cages like this under any circumstance, but it should not be up to the state to determine somebody's fate, maybe ever, and certainly without a fair trial. And that applies to everything everyone behind me has said tonight. Because it seems that without us pushing back on you, the state gets to make decisions around who lives and who dies. I don't want to overlook the specific suffering of any of my neighbors, but if you can't see the through line here, you're not speaking to enough of the constituents who are not donating to your campaign.
Jan Wilson, followed by Allie DeWills Marcano. Jan Wilson, followed by Allie DeWills Marcano. Allie DeWills Marcano.
When do we?
All right, I think this is the last time tonight for me. Besides the mayor, who is weirdly obsessed with where I work and when, council might not know that I was part of the team that in 2019 worked to pass federal legislation that allowed for congressional oversight and inspection of federal immigration facilities. I was a small part as a staff member in a congressional office, but it's one of the things I am most proud of participating in my entire life. After it passed, I worked with the team that performed those regular, consistent inspections, and I processed the transparency reports to be delivered to the public and the press until 2022. We were able to report abominable conditions to the community, and the simple act of witnessing these inhumane acts did help curb the rampant neglect and abuse. Like magic, during regular inspections, we saw rotten food disappear from the storage before it was served to detainees. We saw maintenance return reliable access to phones to contact family and legal support for detainees. We saw reporting and reduction of contagious diseases that were spreading inside and outside the facility. We saw transgender detainees move to slightly safer conditions. We saw air conditioning and heat maintained more and used effectively. We didn't demand these things. The law we passed doesn't allow Congress to dictate to these for-profit companies how they do the business of capturing, caging, and dehumanizing people. It only allows for inspection and transparency. But witnessing and reporting on these abuses still put some stop to them. Somehow, when faced with transparency, the profiteers found it in their hearts and wallets to treat people slightly better. Regular inspections led to transparency, which led to changes in the practices at GEO, which changed the conditions and possibly saved lives at the local facility. And that matters. It's not enough, but it matters. Aurora can do this too. Pass this ordinance, and when GEO tries to block our staff inspections, challenge them. Appoint yourself an inspector and try to go yourselves, council members. Let them try to stop you and challenge it when they do. Members of Congress have had to keep fighting for this little bit of transparency, and you will too. It's hard and heart-wrenching, but it's important that we know what is happening in our city, to our neighbors, to your constituents. And it's important that we do these inspections, because that little tiny bit of harm reduction is one of the most truly impactful things that you, as a council, have the power to do. Prevent infectious diseases from spreading, stop abuse and neglect, and save lives. I am once again so proud of Council Members Horton and Jackson for bringing this forward. This is the kind of big, bold policy that I was hoping to see from you, and you have delivered. In the end, I am still going to demand that you work to shut down the Aurora GEO facility. But tonight, I am simply proud of what you have started here.
Mayor, that was the last speaker.
Motion is in order. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we had a presentation by staff already, so motion is in order.
Mayor? Sorry, I was confused.
Okay, do you want to make the motion?
Councilmember Horton.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, motion to approve.
Okay, move by Mayor
Item
Pro Tem.
13A.
Second by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Wiles. To approve item number 13A. Discussion?
Make the motion on their thing.
Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13A.
Oh, shit, I didn't realize.
Councilmember Bergen? Okay, the motion passes with 6 yes votes from Councilmember Andrews, Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Horton, Councilmember Jackson, Councilmember Medina, and Councilmember Wiles.
Will the clerk now please read the title of item number 13B?
13B is ordinance 2026-24, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, amending sections 26-246 and 26-247 of the City Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado, and adding sections 26-248 and 26-249 to the City Code of the City of Aurora, Colorado regarding detention facilities notification requirements.
Councilmember Horton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, for that. So to City Attorney Schulte's point earlier, what just passed in this ordinance as well is for both the detention facilities within the City of Aurora. Now, primarily the comments that I have made around the geo detention centers, because that is the most problematic one we are hearing about currently, but want to make sure that all facilities are up to par, particularly when it comes to obviously code enforcement, which was what just passed, as well as this one when it comes to reportable diseases. And so reportable diseases, we use the definition provided by the state agency, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, to be able to make sure that we are well informed in this ordinance. The second piece of this ordinance is to ensure that our not only Aurora Fire, but also our community at large and those within the facility have the care that is deserved, and that we are being as responsive as possible to any flu, norovirus, anything contagious enough that has a tremendous impact on one's health.
Questions of the sponsor? Seeing none, motion is in order.
We have speakers.
Oh, I'm sorry, speakers.
The first speaker is Alejandra Marin El Arena, followed by Kristen Mallory. Kristen Mallory, followed by Brenna Kennedy.
All right, last time you'll hear from me for tonight, lucky you. Kristen Mallory, Ward 3, again up here to say that these detention centers should not exist. But because they do, this is the least we can do for the people being detained and the public as a whole. We learned during COVID that delayed information and delayed responses come with enormous costs. When local governments have timely information, they can act early, target resources where they are needed, and prevent small problems from becoming much more expensive crises. Early notification costs very little. Managing an uncontrollable outbreak costs far more. Aurora residents expect their local government to be aware of significant public health risks occurring within city limits. We require transparency in reporting in many other settings because timely information saves lives, protects public resources, and helps prevent larger outbreaks. Detention facilities should not be treated differently when it comes to protecting public health. Communicable diseases do not distinguish between detention centers and neighborhoods. They don't distinguish between detainee, visitors, or staff. They don't care where someone was born or whether they have the right documentation. They do not distinguish, and neither should we when it comes to the public health. The city has a responsibility to pass this ordinance. But again, this is just the first step. Shut them all down. Thank you.
Brenna Kennedy, followed by Holly Chang. Brenna Kennedy, followed by Holly Chang.
Once again, good evening to the mayor and the council members. My name is Brenna Kennedy. I'm an Aurora resident, Ward 5. I think the fact that I'm here, standing up here for the third time today, that has to say something. I am tired of begging adults to do their job and have basic human rights, be basic human rights. I have something planned. I don't know if I'm gonna read it, but I'm sorry for my language, but I'm really fucking pissed. The conditions in the Geo ICE facility or any ICE facility are outrageous. And again, I don't want to be up here spending my Monday night doing this. It's past my curfew. Shouldn't be here right now. All right. But I'm going to go with what I wrote. This ordinance would require detention facilities to report communicable diseases to Aurora Fire. This is a common sense public health measure that helps protect people both inside the facility and throughout the broader community. For years, concerns have raised about health conditions inside the Geo detention facility. Increased transparency around the communicable diseases can help ensure that problems are identified and addressed before they become larger crises. This guarantees people are treated with dignity, which, as we all know and we've all heard tonight, has not been happening. The people being held at Geo deserve access to safe and healthy conditions, just like any other human being. The city of Aurora deserves access to information that impacts public health. I urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Holly Chang, followed by Joel Benjamin. Holly Chang, followed by Joel Benjamin.
Hello again. Holly. Under State Public Health Regulation 6 CCR 1009-1, group outbreaks including food poisoning is listed as a reportable disease to be reported within 24 hours. Again, as I referenced before, this falls under what we saw at the end of last year with NGO, but they had to be forced to investigate even the possibility, well, they had to be forced to allow people in the door. One whistleblower detainee texted some volunteers in early January that a GeoGuard was fired after trying to help bring attention to the matter. He stated, "Today an officer helped us request our medical rights and was removed. We just want the sick to be attended to." The outbreak in question at the end of 25 and the beginning of January was as follows. Since at least December 30th or 31st, there were multiple detainees with viral illness symptoms, including vomiting, fever, diarrhea, and fainting, overcrowding in areas including the South Annex during the viral outbreak due to illness and holiday leaves, up to 60 people in one area. Detainees that are sick working in the kitchen because they work for $1 a day to run that place so that GEO for-profit corporation can make money for their stakeholders. Water was shut off for 3 days, including inability to flush toilets with gastroenteritis going around. Withholding of food if detainees are too weak to retrieve food trays, and medical care that only included over-the-counter Tylenol despite severity of symptoms. Adams County did attempt to go in and were denied follow-up. Per their report, ACHD did not conduct management interviews with health services, security, or facilities due to delays caused by the facility's legal counsel on the day of the on-site investigation. Despite repeated attempts to coordinate follow-up interviews with these representatives through consultation with GEO Group legal counsel, they were not given access to these representatives. No stool samples were returned, although they should have been due to them thinking it could possibly be norovirus. In February of 2019, there was a mumps outbreak in Aurora GEO facility, which was not revealed until congressional pressure to the DHS secretary. Mumps, although it can be not too bad for most people, it can lead to encephalitis. And again, as someone said, these diseases do not say this person's undocumented and this person isn't. We should have learned the lessons from COVID that is well documented in public health literature.
Joel Benjamin. Joel Benjamin, followed by Jan Wilson.
Just feels like the same stuff over and over, guys. It's a wrinkle I did not expect was 16-year-old taking you all to school. So I deeply appreciate that people in our community outside the folks who are dealing with this day to day professionally or as volunteers or just as community members who care about these outcomes are taking notice. The last speaker was talking about the Adams County Public Health whistleblower complaint and the subsequent report. I'll read from that verbatim. No AIPC, that is Aurora Ice Processing Center, staff have followed through on the recommended routine communication since the outbreak was completed. The Department of Health will continue to log complaints of illness and monitor for reports of illness among persons there. I know this trick's getting old by now. Buchenwald also had a lice outbreak, a little bit, we're talking pre-COVID. But we should talk more about that part of all of this. These facilities operate for a profit. They are taking in, we believe, between $150 and $200 per detained individual per night. They have the tools to fix this. They can hire staff to do it the right way. My neighbors and I would say the right way is to close the facility and put these people back where they belong in their communities. They are hardworking, they care, they are not criminals. But beyond that, this is all in the name of profit. It's just not harder than that. I know it's really, to those of you who think anti-capitalists are somehow anti-American, fine, I guess. But you should also have some interest in the fiscal responsibility here. Aurora's broke. Some of you are responsible for that.
Correct.
But we don't have to be. I recognize the money comes from the federal government, but it doesn't change that the conditions inside that facility, if they were adequate, it might shut down on its own because it wouldn't be profitable to run. I know some folks don't want to say all of that in that order because we're kind of giving away the whole playbook of how to get rid of the damn thing, but it shouldn't be there. It's extractive. If we're not broke financially, we're about to run out of water. This facility takes plenty of that from all kinds of surrounding areas. We could be here all night. I'm at time. This will pass, and that rules.
Jan Wilson, followed by Alejandra Marin Elarena. Jan Wilson, followed by Alejandra Marin Elarena. Alejandra Marin de la Arena.
Okay. Yeah, everybody has been talking about communicable diseases and how rapidly they spread at the jail detention center just because of the format of the facility and how people are detained and housed. I wanted to highlight that in the detention center, there's been a lot of reports of poor water quality too. I've heard from a lot of people that the water tastes like dirt, that after a while, a particle or dust will settle at the bottom of their cup. And then they have to dump it every time it settles on the bottom. They only feel comfortable drinking it when they can't see it, but it's still there. I don't know. And then, other people have mentioned that they keep the AC on. They turn on the lights at 5 a.m. every day. If you want to go see the doctor, you have to file a form called a kite, and they might not receive a response. Or it might be a couple weeks, a couple months before they're able to go see a doctor in the facility. And the only solution that they provide for people who are experiencing symptoms are pills on top of more pills. When these people aren't being adequately fed, they're not sleeping well, and they're in chronically stressful situations. And what else? Oh, I was also thinking about just because Councilmember Horton, she had brought up other just facilities. The Immigration Detention Center, it's a prison, and it operates like other prisons that aren't housing immigrant people. And just 5 minutes away from the detention center, there's a women's prison. And I was just thinking about how these prisons, these places, they do their best to stay hidden, like a secret reality, and that's for a reason. 'Cause I couldn't tell you anything about the women's prison except that it's 5 minutes away, and I want to learn more about the people who are there. I was also thinking about this happened in Greeley, but these issues go beyond city, county, state lines. But in Greeley, there was this youth prison, or there is, And there was reports coming out of this prison that the children were getting sick, that they weren't being fed well, they were being hospitalized. Their parents were saying that they were seeing their children so frail and skinny.
Mayor, that's the last speaker.
Okay. Questions of staff or the sponsor? Seeing, I'm sorry, Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, I had checked with city management today on inspections. I was told that the county health departments received notifications on infectious diseases from the hospitals, schools, jails, and then the county health departments notify our emergency management office, which is under Aurora Fire Rescue, and then the emergency management office notifies, obviously, fire. So we do get that information currently. All to say that, again, we do not have authority over federal agencies.
Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Horton.
Yeah, I want to thank those who came and spoke today and really stated the experiences of those who are currently detained at the Geo Detention Center, or who have been forced in self-deportation, or who have been released and are getting due process. I hope my colleagues on the dais was really listening to those stories because they're not falsehoods, right? When you have a number of individuals who are going through one of the most horrific experiences of their lives, lies like that are not right at the tip of someone's tongue. And so I do want to read something that I wrote last night after visiting with a friend that I think really speaks to why, these two ordinances are important for our city to consider, not only from a public health lens, but also in what we do and how we respond as a local government. And so it reads, on the eve of the resolution and two ordinances presented tonight, I saw and held my friend while they wept in fear of what the next month and beyond would bring for their life. The anticipation of their upcoming immigration hearing has them almost paralyzed with fear. Fear of rejection from a country they love, fear of detainment in any of the notorious GEO groups' warehouses, fear of being sent somewhere that is not their home country, fear of returning home with nothing to show for their hard work and dedication to improving their life. And so I ask, what kind of government do we have if this level of fear permeates in the hearts, minds, spirits, and abilities of individuals and families who, very simply, sought the United States for a place of opportunity, a kind of government that chooses systemic violence to enforce ideologies rooted in white supremacy? I have heard arguments to negate the importance of this accountability package, stating the role of local elected officials is to worry about basic infrastructure issues and general local safety concerns, or stating these efforts won't have any impact. I firmly believe that politics is personal, from the potholes down the street making neighbors worry about the cost to realign their axles or replace their tires, to how loved ones are treated when detained in a detention facility. It all matters. So yes, as a local elected official, I know it's my job to care about the potholes, to the repeated human rights violations occurring in my ward and in our city. It's my job to hold both truths as imperative for building a city where residents feel safe and able to engage in public life. I refuse to accept the arguments of limitations on how we can hold the Geo Detention Center accountable. I refuse to accept complacency. What I value is courage. The courage to see a wrong and right and fight for a righteous path forward. The courage to listen and sit in the discomfort of those who have experienced suffering at the failure of systems and leadership. In the musical Hamilton, Alexander Hamilton says, "If you stand for nothing, Burr, what do you fall for?" I ask, as we vote on the first reading of these ordinances, that all my colleagues on this dais stand for humane and accountable treatment of people detained in our facilities, particularly the one off of 30th and Peoria. And I'm proud that I was able to co-sponsor this with another daughter of an immigrant, another Ward 1 resident, Council Member Allie Jackson. And so, for all my colleagues on council, vote yes to move both ordinances 13A and 13B forward to second reading on June 22nd.
Okay. I stand corrected. I should have asked for a motion earlier, so a motion is in order.
Motion.
Moved by Councilmember Horton, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Jackson to approve item number 13B. Discussion, further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13B.
The motion passes with 6 yes votes from council members Andrews, Coombs, Horton, Jackson, Medina, and Wells.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 13C?
13C is ordinance 2026-25, an ordinance of the City of Aurora, Colorado, appropriating sums of money in addition to those appropriated in ordinance numbers 2472, 2025-43, and 2025-106 for the 2025 fiscal year, and ordinance number 2025-96 for the 2026 fiscal year.
A brief presentation by staff.
Hi, I'm Jackie Amon, Budget Program Manager in the Budget Office. The 2026 Spring Supplemental Ordinance includes final adjustments to the 2025 budget and initial adjustments to the 2026 budget. These appropriations are for various operating expenditures, capital projects, and interfund transfers. Items for 2025 represent financial expenditures that have already occurred. Prior to appearing in the supplemental request, most significant items were previously reviewed by council, either as part of the 2026 budget process or at a council committee or full council meeting. Because the spring ordinance covers 2 years, there's always a lot going on. So rather than trying to summarize it all, Greg and I are here to answer any questions you may have, and I hope there are people virtually that can help us out if we get stuck.
Questions of staff?
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
Yes. In the supplemental is, can you tell me if the public defender has requested 3 additional FTEs?
The public defenders requested that the 3 FTE that are currently in non-departmental, which is where City Council put them in the 2023 budget, be moved and transferred from non-departmental to the public defender department.
To public defender. Yes. At this time, we are no longer taking domestic violence cases. Is that right? That might be for Pete Schulte.
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember.
So it's been almost a year that we have not been taking the public or the domestic violence cases.
Correct, Councilmember. We'll be doing an update to the Public Safety Committee, I think probably in July, on the year since we've done that and any impacts to workload and backlog on the cases.
Okay, so just in light of the fact that we're facing a deficit and that we have decreased caseload in terms of domestic violence, I would just ask that we delay this until this particular request to move non-departmental to the public defender's office. If we would just pause it until we do the budget workshop in September so that we have a better idea of our budget.
Right.
Mayor?
I guess
I'll
you
let
have to make a
Jason.
motion to that effect.
Yeah, we would, Councilmember Bergen, are you making that as a motion to amend the budget
Yes.
supplement? Okay.
Yes,
So
please.
it needs a second.
Moved by Councilmember Bergen.
Clarification. I'm sorry, I don't understand what's happening. Can someone just spell that out? Thank you.
Fair enough. Councilmember Bergen has made a motion to amend the spring supplemental budget ordinance to defer the 3 full-time employees that the public defender has asked to add to her staff until the September budget workshop. So we kind of look at where the domestic violence numbers look like, where the other criminal cases look like, so we can make that decision then instead of funding them here.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So well, let's first, I guess, see if it has a second.
We need a second, yeah. If there's no second, it dies without failure. Oh, there's Councilmember Hancock. She's second. Mayor.
Very well.
Mayor.
Discussion, Mayor Pro Tem.
So those FTEs have been in non-departmental. I guess this is a question maybe for Jackie and Greg, but haven't they been there since like 2022 or 2023, something like that?
2020.
When Doug actually had asked for the FTEs originally because of their workload study. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, it was the 2023 budget where they asked for 2 FTE for the workload study and 1 FTE for weekend court. Council decided to put them in non-departmental to look more at the study and to see how things went. And since then, the FTE have remained vacant, but the public defender has been able to access that money using variable hour staff or contract staff.
For the weekend court.
For weekend court and workload issues, yes.
And sorry, so that being said, right, so these were requested having nothing to do with the DV cases. These positions were requested based on a workload study. Since then, a court-wide workload study has been presented, which was then used in a way that the writer of that study said, no, you can't use it that way to make projections about the DVs. So these positions are currently being left in non-departmental, which means that they're being essentially made discretionary for the public defender, like, right, the public defender has to ask permission to use them in the ways that they need to. So I would ask the city attorney if there are any questions or concerns about independence of council when they don't have control over 3 FTEs worth of funds in their budget.
I guess I'm trying to get any more information to answer that question. When you're saying, so my understanding is that because of the reduction in family violence cases, and correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's not because of that. Way back in 23.
Correct. The 23, but
this money.
And again, just from what I've read since I got appointed, the work study that they said they found that 80% of their workload was spent on domestic violence cases.
Right.
And so that, and again, okay, one of the workload studies, and Jason, help me out here. Like I said, it's been a while since I read it. I'm going to be blunt. I'm asking to cut my budget. I don't know why the public defender is now asking for 3 additional positions when I have to cut positions in my budget by this time next year. And I don't get it. And I got asked the question, and I'm just being blunt about it.
My question wasn't about operations. It was about legal issues, which is there an independence issue in terms of the independence that is expected of public defense if they have to ask permission of management to use budget that is essentially the funding that's supposed to be allocated to their office?
Gotcha. Okay. So
Can I?
I'm in a unique spot here because I will tell you the way the Public Defender Commission is set up in the city of Aurora technically violates the charter. But it was the only way to do it, to try to give the independence that you're talking about. But everything that comes from the city has to be appropriated by city council. The funds have to be appropriated. The positions have to be appropriated. Now, you've all delegated the Public Defender Commission to set salaries and do all those things. So when they come to the budgeting and they ask for X, you guys usually what the Public Defender Commission is recommending as far as salaries and so forth. But when it comes to FTEs, the way the charter reads and the way this ordinance was set up for the Public Defender Commission, you have to take into account the rest of the other operations of the city in the budget. And so, again, going back to the question, we're under a mandate from last year's council, and I know things have changed, and city management, that among the 3 departments that are in the municipal court system, we've got to cut $1 million from our budget. And I know these are in non-departmental, but I think that would have been, if I had 3 positions sitting in non-departmental, I would say, hey, Jason, cut those, and I'm going to get that credit towards the part of the $1 million that I have to spend or have to cut as part of the budget process. And I'm just laying it out there, Jason.
No, I think, Pete, you're right, and Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, the point you bring up regarding the workload study, I have now had court administration for a number of months. I am still not sure I have a good handle on what the differences are between caseload, workload, and the same. So it is very difficult to get the parties in the court system to agree on what is actually going on with workload, what is actually going on with caseload. Depending on who you ask, you get very different stories. And so it is difficult for me to tell you definitively here today what is going on in the court system in terms of workloads for each of the different folks, whether that's judicial, whether that's court administration, whether that is the prosecutor's office or the public defender's office. So I don't have all of the information necessary to give you all the answers as to where those things are going. I don't know if the public defender's online to answer these questions.
Can I talk about my motion?
Let the city manager finish,
Mayor?
please. Let the city, and I'll recognize you after the city manager.
Okay, I didn't think I thought he was.
I don't know if the public defender's online. I do know I have heard from her, as Jackie indicated, that she has been accessing these funds. She is using them to pay for a contract attorney to address weekend court. She is using the funds to pay for a position. I don't know the position, if that's an FTE or a contract position or what, but she does use a position for an attorney, and then she uses the other position for a clinician / social worker to help with their client workload. So those are how she's currently using the funds, and I think her request is to move them over so that she can continue that same use. Again, as the manager sitting here, I don't have the information in terms of all the different parties.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So my motion is to just delay this until the budget workshop where we would actually have some of these questions answered. And the fact that 80% of the caseload was domestic violence cases signifies there should be a reduction in FTEs not needing to move these from the non-departmental to a full-time, 3 full-time positions ongoing forever if we're seeing a decrease in workload. So I'm just asking that we delay this till the budget workshop, and maybe we would have a better idea of the workload analysis at that time. I think it's the responsible thing to do for our taxpayers.
Discussion of the Bergen motion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it took us over a year to get the previous workload study conducted, and the author of that study specifically said that we could not use it in this way to say, well, once DVs are gone, this is the workload. Like, when asked that question, she explicitly said, no, it cannot be used in that way. So if we're asking for another workload study, I think that's a different conversation. But it won't be done by September if we are.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Hancock.
So can you talk, maybe Pete, City Attorney Schulte, can you talk about the weekend court and how that is impacted by this? Because
Yes, I will tell you that my office has had discussions with the Public Defender's Office and with the judiciary about eliminating weekend court. Because we don't have the domestic violence cases that are coming to the detention center anymore, I think it's been maybe 2 people over the last several months that wouldn't been required personal recognizance bond to be immediately released. And so there is discussion now about just having everybody who comes in on a municipal charge in our jail, just releasing them on a PR bond, even if it is one that might, be one that wouldn't be required to be an automatic PR bond. So again, we won't know that for a couple more months. And so we would know more information later. And I wish the public defender or somebody from the office was here to talk about it so we could kind of know. But again, I just looking for equity across the board. I got to fight for my department too.
Okay.
aren't they follow-up, Mayor?
Councilmember
Are
Hancock.
these weekend cases primarily traffic-related, not right now?
No, they're not traffic. These are people that are, these are individuals that are arrested on municipal code violations that are not statewide. So they would go to our municipal, some of them are like, they'll take all the DV cases that they arrest to the detention center, they get processed and they get immediately
But
taken
then they
to
go
county
to the
jail.
judicial, 18th judicial.
And then the judges at the county jails will arraign them, issue the bonds and the bond restrictions, the bond conditions, all those things. We're just talking about solely municipal offenses. And again, we don't,
That's what I'm asking.
criminal trespass, automatic PR bond, theft under a certain amount, automatic PR bond. And so, you know, when we're paying, you know, my office is paying somebody hourly to be there for 7 or 8 hours on a Saturday, and sometimes they don't have anything to do. Because of the automatic PR bond. So that's the discussion. No decisions have been made. I've been talking to my chief deputy over the criminal about that. And again, we're probably going to come to council to talk about that, about whether or not we issue everybody a PR bond so we don't have to worry about the weekend court, especially over holiday weekends.
Okay, further discussion on the Bergen Amendment? Councilmember Horton.
Yeah. Two buckets of questions. First is if Councilmember Bergen's proposal goes through, what does that mean in terms of the funding as is right now?
So status quo would remain, so essentially those positions would remain in non-departmental. They would continue accessing those funds. As Jackie said, they're not coming in every pay period. Jackie, I mean, have they checked in at all this year, or we're continuing sort of, is there any, I guess, what is the check, is there any check-in at all, and if so, what does that look like?
Usually before the year starts, she tells me the plan, and we go.
Okay, so yeah, so that she would continue to have access to the funds. It just, I think in my mind, sort of leaves it open for discussion with council at the budget workshop, but we would continue status quo. She'd continue to access those funds. She'd continue to hire the weekend court person. She'd continue to hire the attorney, I think, that she has on contract. They would all remain on payroll. I think she just hired and replaced the previous employee on the clinician side of the house, and so all that would stay in place.
Okay, thank you. And then the next bucket of questions, one is, or the question is, Pete, you mentioned a $1 million budget cut. Is that for your department? Can you request it?
So Jason, go ahead.
Okay.
Jason gave us a direction on the $1 million that we have to cut. I'll let him get into detail on that.
Yeah, so that was part of the budget that council had laid out. When we moved DVs out, there was some direction to, we think that the overall reductions are actually more than the $1 million, but based on sort of the workload stepping down since July 1 of last year through this year, the thought was that we could begin seeing reductions by the end of the year. So council put a $1 million reduction in the budget. That was allocated out to all of those departments. The way that was handled is the court administration did a budget reduction of $250,000, so that's already been reduced in the 2026 budget. That included some probation and some other staff for positions that were vacant. There's a remaining $750,000 that has to be allocated out between prosecution, public defender, and judicial. Again, premised on the idea that there will be a reduction in workload associated with domestic violence cases being moved out. I actually am setting up a meeting later this month, since we'll be a year through this, with the other appointees and principals in the court system to kind of talk about where are we at, and then do we have a plan to address that. As part of that, we're also going to have a discussion around, given the Camp Simons decision, my understanding from the city attorney is that we are moving through to make a lot of to update our code. When we do that, we're going to be making a lot of offenses that previously carried a potential jail time. If they're petty offenses under the state, those are fine only. There is no jail time, so we'll be moving those offenses to recognize that they are petty offenses. There is no possibility for them to have jail time. If there's not jail time, there's not the ability for them to be assigned a public defender. So there's just questions over what is the ongoing workload and caseload, not only now with kind of a year into the removal of domestic violence cases, but looking forward with the Camp Simons decision, what is our court going to continue to look like?
And then my last question for that, with the remaining funds for that reduction that stemmed from the removal of the DV cases, is that breaking down by percentage per department, or like how is it, you know, 250 across the board per? Like,
No, so that's the reason we did not allocate it out. We
Right.
sort of left it as sort of this broad number, and that's one of the reasons I need to sit down with my colleagues to say, what are you all seeing? What can we do to sort of, you know, help balance this? And again, then let's look forward and see, what do we need to see? You hear Pete, nobody likes being told to cut their budget, but the city attorney has been told that. Thank you for acknowledging that, Mr. City Attorney. But yeah, we do have those conversations because we have to balance the budget.
Councilmember Bergen?
Oh, I'm done. I'm ready.
Okay, very well.
Mayor, can I get a clarification on something, just to make sure I'm understanding this? So currently, right now, if they need the help, they have contract people that they work with. If we were to hire them full-time, but then had to cut, would we potentially being then laying off people that we just hired?
But again, we'd be having those conversations in September, October, so not
Okay.
now. And that's, again, part of that. I think Mayor Pro Tem Coombs hinted at this. We're going to be having conversations up till then, I think, as again, the principals in the court system to figure out what does this look like, and hopefully come to council with a consensus recommendation. If we can't, then we'll give you all recommendations of each of the different principles.
Okay, like personally, it doesn't feel good to me to like release this money, say go ahead and hire, and then potentially in a few months lay people off that, you know, were then considered full-time roles. Like, it's one thing if you are a contract person, you know that your role is, you know, temporary or hourly, but if we hire you full-time and then have to cut, that feels really kind of not good to me.
Then that's one of the reasons I think we've tried to, again, get ahead of this with employees. I know the city attorney's office, the court administrator, they have held positions vacant sometimes and either gone with contract labor, as you've noted, just because they did not want to fill it with an employee hired on as a regular employee because of that potential future reductions. But getting to some type of consensus and stability for all of the principals over there is critical for stability.
Further discussion on the Bergen amendment?
Mayor.
Councilmember Andrews.
I had a quick question. What is the urgency for doing this at this moment?
It was included in the supplemental, so sort of absent any action from council, those positions move over to the public defender. And so that's the reason I think, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Bergen, but I think the fact that it's in front of council tonight is why she's bringing it up.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, I call for the question on the Bergen amendment.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Gardner. Okay, the motion passes with the 8 yes votes from Mayor Kaufman, Councilmembers Andrews, Bergen, Gardner, Hancock, Horton, Lawson, and Wiles.
Okay, back to 13C. Further discussion on, do we move 13C?
No,
we had to.
we
have it?
still have, we have speakers.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There are no speakers.
Okay, no speakers. Okay, so now we need a motion, yeah.
Okay, motion is in order on the adoption of item number 13C.
Mayor, motion to approve 13C.
Moved by Councilmember Bergen, second by Councilmember Hancock to move 13C. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13C as amended.
Councilmember Medina. The motion passes with 8 yes votes from Councilmembers Andrews, Bergen, Gardner, Hancock, Horton, Lawson, Medina, and Wiles.
Will clerk now please read the title number 13D?
Item 13D is ordinance 2026-26, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, repealing ordinance 2024-29 and other related matters.
A brief presentation by staff.
Mr. Mayor, this is an item, sometime in the last couple of years, council had passed an ordinance to address the board appointment process and terms for the Aurora Housing Authority. The Housing Authority filed an injunction against that. It went to the court. The court ruled in the Housing Authority's favor. So this is an ordinance to repeal those changes and go back to the status quo prior to council's adoption of that ordinance.
Questions of staff?
Mayor, if I could just.
Pete?
Yeah, so a little bit more information. So we lost at the district court level. It was my predecessor. We appealed that loss, and the Court of Appeals ruled, I guess, like 2 months ago, finally, that affirmed the decision of the district court saying that the ordinance that we brought forward was illegal. And so what this ordinance does is it completely repeals that ordinance that was passed, and it reverts it back to the original code section, where therefore, once this goes into effect, the mayor can then make the appointments to the housing authority as they were under the previous ordinance. So I hate ever saying that you don't have a choice, but this is the court mandate that we get rid of the new ordinance, so I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Further, motion is in order. Councilmember Hancock. It's moved by Councilmember Hancock, second by?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Andrews to approve item number 13D. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on item number 13D.
The motion passes unanimously.
Would clerk please read the title to item number 13E?
Item 13E is ordinance 2026-27, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, adding section 268 of the City Code to create the Office of Public Safety Accountability. And Mayor, there are speakers on this item.
Presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This ordinance establishes the Office of Public Safety Accountability. Key components of the ordinance includes establishing a reporting relationship to ensure the independence of the office, the scope of responsibility, including oversight and review of police, fire, 911, and detention, ensures council approval for any budget or resource reductions, defines the office's role and inclusion in critical incidents, including timely notification of incidents and access to investigations and reviews under the purview of the city, mandates the assignment of a liaison to the family of any individuals killed or injured in critical incidents. The liaison is the point of contact for the family to inform them of the process and request regular updates on the state-mandated investigations. Mandates the unrestricted access to employees, information, records, body-worn camera videos, and facilities for the office. Sets minimum standards for community engagement, establishes that the office may take complaints or commendations for public safety agencies, and finally includes establishing reporting requirements for the office. I'm available for any questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers.
First speaker is Aaron Futrell, followed by Tanya Tabachek.
Good evening once again, and for the last time, Mayor and Council. Tonight, Aurora has an opportunity to take an important step forward by approving the creation of the Office of Independent Monitor's Office in a community-driven police oversight system. This has been a long journey, and frankly, that should have happened years ago. For too many Aurora families, interactions with law enforcement have left lasting scars. Too many residents have stories of feeling unheard, mistreated, or left without answers. At the same time, the Aurora Police Department continues to carry a reputation that has damaged public trust both within our city and across the metro area. This proposal is not performative. It is not symbolic. It creates a structure that promotes transparency, accountability, and communication between the community and the police department. The proposed office would provide independent oversight, review critical incidents, ensure information is available to the public, and serve as a bridge between residents and law enforcement. That is exactly the type of accountability that healthy institutions embrace. I want to specifically thank Council members Janina Horton, Amy Wiles, and Allie Jackson for bringing this forward and keeping their commitment to improving quality of life for all Aurora residents. I also appreciate the community members who attended listening sessions, shared their experiences, and helped shape this conversation, whether we agree on every detail or not. Community voices deserve a seat at the table when discussing public safety. Let me be clear, supporting oversight is not anti-police. In fact, good officers should welcome it. Oversight protects residents, but it also protects officers, increasing public confidence in the integrity of investigations and department operations. Cities across the country have implemented independent oversight systems because accountability and public trust are essential components of effective policing. Some will argue that Aurora already has enough oversight. I disagree. Oversight only works when it is independent, transparent, and accountable to the public. The reality is that when there is no meaningful civilian review, the public is often asked to simply trust the process. Trust is important, but trust without verification is not accountability. Tonight, Aurora has a chance to demonstrate that we've learned from our past and that we are serious about building a future where transparency, accountability, and public trust are not just points, but guiding principles. I want to thank city management, staff, community advocates, and council for the work in getting us to this moment. I encourage you to vote yes on this item. And Mayor and Stephanie Hancock, I see you and thank you for participating in this conversation.
Tanya Tabachek, followed by Cassandra Heil. Cassandra Heil, followed by Aonte Anderson.
Hello, Aurora City Council. As you know, my name is Cassandra Heil, and I'm with the Denver Aurora Community Action Committee, otherwise known as the ACAG. So I am here opposing this bill, which may be a surprise, but for the Public Safety Accountability Office, or the PSA office for short, it, despite what it's named, does not actually hold cops accountable. This bill lacks the one thing that will actually help citizens of Aurora: power. The only way to make meaningful changes is with power in the hands of the people who have it the least. This bill does not give power to those most affected by police violence. This Public Safety Accountability Office is just a Band-Aid on an infection. The PSA office will only engage with the community twice a year. That is not meaningful community engagement, especially for those most affected by police violence. The city manager gets to choose who runs the PSA office. While the bill mentions input from council members, there is no requirement that input be followed and no role for the community in the decision. Let's not forget the current city manager, Jason, backdoored the racist and corrupt Todd Chamberlain into the police chief position with no input from the community. Why should we expect any difference with this PSA manager? In the end, the main problem with this bill is the lack of power in the community's hands. The community is not involved in selecting the PSA manager or setting priorities and only gets a say twice a year. And the PSA office itself has no power. It has no power to hire or fire cops, write policy or training, enforce policies or training, no authority to discipline cops when they abuse their power, or enforce consequences to officers who commit crimes. So what's the point of this Public Safety Accountability Office if it can't actually hold cops accountable? It can document problems, write reports, and make recommendations, but it cannot stop police misconduct from actually happening. If neither the community nor the office has the power to create change, then this bill cannot actually deliver accountability. This bill is not a solution. It does not change anything about how the cops operate, and it does not give any power to the community. The next death by APT will be on your hands for the inaction you've taken in the face of a crisis of police crime and your willful ignorance in the face of community solutions. You can give the community power against these corrupt cops, but you don't. Thank you.
Aonte Anderson, followed by Median Schaffner.
Mayor, Council, I can't say that this will be the last time that you're going to hear me speak today, so we got a long night. Buckle up. I support the creation of the Office of Public Safety Accountability, but before you all vote on what comes next, you must be honest about how you got here. This office was not created because Aurora voluntarily embraced accountability. It was demanded. demanded by families who buried loved ones, demanded by residents who refused to remain silent, demanded by a community that spent years fighting for transparency, justice, and answers. The people of Aurora paid for these reforms that you are now making with their pain. They paid through broken trust, they paid for them through tragedy, and they paid for them through years of advocacy that forced this city to confront uncomfortable truths. That is why this moment before the council matters, because the consent decree will not last forever. The monitor will eventually leave and the headlines will eventually fade, and hopefully the national and international attention that this city continues to get will move on. So the question before you all is, what happens then? Will accountability leave with the consent decree, or has Aurora truly learned from the failures that have continuously brought us to this moment? I appreciate the provisions in this ordinance that strengthen oversight, improve transparency, create family liaisons, establish ongoing review of public safety agencies. Those are important steps forward, but accountability is not and should not be measured by what is written on paper. Accountability is measured by what happens when the spotlight is gone. It is measured by whether this office that you all hold is empowered to ask difficult questions, challenge institutions, and tell the truth even when the truth is inconvenient. The citizens of Aurora did not force this city to confront its failures so that accountability could one day be declared complete. Accountability is not a box to be checked. It is not a report to be filed, and it is not a court order to be satisfied. It is a permanent obligation. It is owed to every resident who places their trust in public institutions. It is owed to every family searching for answers, and it is owed to every person whose life has forever been changed by the actions of the government. And I hope that tonight that the citizens of Aurora will have an Office of Public Safety that truly keeps their citizens safe.
Median Schaffner, followed by Kiowa Lewis.
So intentionally, I'm not going to encourage a specific vote from you as a council, and that's an intentional move that we are as an organization deciding to make. So what I will say is that this ordinance feels like a welcome mat, but it doesn't feel like we've been invited into the room just yet. So I'm going to speak to what we've interpreted from what's been written, but ultimately we can only interpret this because there isn't any action behind it as of yet. You can't ask for trust that you haven't earned, so we can only interpret it. We think that there are some strong provisions that are included in the ordinance. The first is the notification requirement, followed by the family liaison requirement. The unrestricted access we do see as a powerful operational section, but we do have questions as far as what it actually will mean from a binding perspective. The critical incident presence is something that we find curious and interesting and thoughtful. And while those are some of the provisions that we're curious about through our interpretation, again, we are going to be very watchful because you don't have the trust. It hasn't been birthed. So what I am going to speak to, though, are some things that we are concerned that don't exist. The first thing that I want to say is that this city has matured beyond just looking for information. Because of what has happened in the city of Aurora with the cases that have been placed in front of you, you have to go beyond information and giving the community information. You're going to have to walk alongside or allow the community to walk alongside you inside of these spaces if you truly want to see a culture shift. When we are looking at this from the reporting structure, it seems that this office is going to report to the same system that it oversees. That does not make logistical sense to us. There seemingly is no authority over investigations and the community engagement feels very thin. We have to echo that twice a year is not enough, especially when you have things that this city went through in the case of Elijah McClain, Kylan Lewis, Rajon Belt Stubblefield, and so many others. So we are challenging the ordinance. Again, I'm not going to recommend how I think you should vote because we're going to watch intentionally on who says yes, who says no, and dig deeper. A yes vote is not going to put us in a space of feeling that we've been heard, again, because this feels like it's a welcome mat, but we have not been invited in. And if we're not invited in to collaborate intentionally and thoughtfully and to curate what this community is truly asking you, not conceptually, but practically, I'm not sure we're going to have an accountability system. We're just going to have a spectator system.
Mayor, that's the last speaker.
Motion is in order
So-
for the adoption of item number 13E.
So moved.
It's moved by Councilmember Horton, seconded by
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Wiles to approve item number 13E. Discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Horton.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge what was just shared, that across the United States, when an independent oversight office is developed in a city, it's usually as a result of loss of life from the hands of police or from within a jail. And that's obviously we're not an exception to that. We're in line with finding reform in a way to get justice for individuals, particularly young Black men and boys who have lost their lives at the hands of the Aurora Police Department. And so with that, I will say that coming from a background where I spent the bulk of my 20s working in the Denver's Office of the Independent Monitor, it was really important, and from my background, that we bring an agency like this to our city. And so during orientation, when it was news to me, right, Jason, where they were like, hey, we have funding allocated, staff, they said, they shared, they want to move ahead. And then immediately, myself and Councilmember Wiles were like, whoa, you need community input. And so we hosted at the start of this year 3 different community engagement opportunities. One being a presentation on what is oversight. Second, a roundtable discussion where we were able to gather this very rich document from a variety of different community members from different parts of Aurora, different lived experiences, who talked about what they would like to see in an oversight agency. And then the third piece was a presentation from, I guess we had 2 presentations, one from Denver's oversight agency as well as one from Fort Worth, which has a more similar city council model or city government model that Aurora has, and the same similar population size. And so what I want to really thank staff for not only attending those meetings and genuinely listening to community, but being very encouraging, the need for that community engagement, he listening to community and embedding that throughout this document. I think that speaks volumes of to where we are going as a city. Obviously, as what was shared, we still have a long ways to go, and there's really no end post here, right? There's no end goal beyond the vision that we have a police department that is as effective in their job without the loss of life. And so with that being said, again, thank you staff, and ultimately thank you to the community members, to the families, to all residents who show up continuously to engage in this work and this conversation.
Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13E.
Councilmember Horton. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 13F?
Item 13F is ordinance 2026-28, an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Aurora, Colorado at the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question relating to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to community facilities such as libraries, recreation, and community centers.
A brief presentation by staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Aurora Perry, Deputy City Manager. The City of Aurora has approximately $2 billion in identified priority infrastructure needs that have been identified through strategic capital master planning efforts. The majority of the city's infrastructure needs are the rehabilitation and replacement of existing infrastructure. To address these needs, City Council unanimously created the Build Up Aurora Infrastructure Task Force in 2024 that has been co-chaired by Councilmember Curtis Gardner and Councilmember Francoise Bergen. Through extensive review and community engagement, which included more than 54 public events and over 3,100 survey responses, the task force finalized a short-term, mid-term, and long-term recommendation for the efficient allocation of resources to support city capital improvement needs that incorporated community feedback at each step of the process. The Build Up Aurora Infrastructure Task Force process has culminated in 3 ballot questions for consideration to pursue voter authorization in November for our $264 million, $515,000 bond program and supporting combined sales and use tax rate increase of 0.325% with a 30-year sunset, which is allocated across 3 different purposes or ballot questions. The 3 proposed ballot questions fund projects that address the city's most critical needs, deliver the greatest public benefit, and plan thoughtfully for future needs. Item 13F, Build Up Aurora Community Facilities ballot language refers a ballot question to voters on November 3rd of this year, seeking authorization for $105 million in debt financing and a 0.129% sales and use tax rate increase for 30 years to fund library, recreation, and community facility improvements. Proposed projects include neighborhood park renovations, recreation facility upgrades, a new Northeast Aurora Recreation Center, improvements to the Aurora Center for Active Adults, renovations to the Central and Mission Viejo Library branches, and construction of a new Northeast Aurora Library branch. And I will take questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, a motion is in order for the adoption of item number 13F.
Mayor.
Mayor, motion to approve 13F.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Second.
Bergen?
Councilmember Bergen, and we have speakers.
No, we don't have any
Oh, we do not.
speakers.
Sorry, Cecilia. I was like,
And I am so
Okay,
sorry, Council, I missed the motion and the second.
Okay, discussion?
Who was the motion by?
It was Councilmember Gardner, Councilmember
Seconded
Bergen?
by Bergen.
Okay.
Bergen. Okay, sorry.
Okay, and I'd like to thank Councilmember Bergen and Councilmember Gardner for their leadership on this, for co-chairing, and Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager, and her staff for all of her work on this. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13F.
Councilmember Andrews? Okay. The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 13G.
13G is ordinance 2026-29, an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Aurora, Colorado at the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question relating to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to police, fire, and other public safety infrastructure and facilities.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. Item 13G refers a ballot question to be placed on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot to seek voter authorization to increase debt by $53 million and increase the sales and use tax rate by 0.064% for 30 years to fund police, fire, and other public safety infrastructure and facilities. Planned capital projects to be funded from bond proceeds include police station facility capital improvements, Aurora 911 facility capital improvements, the construction of a new Fire Station 19, renovations of Fire Station 2 and Fire Station 3, and improvement to several fire station facilities in the city. And I'll take questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order. Moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by
Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen to adopt item number 13G. Discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13G.
Councilmember Bergen. The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 13H.
13H is ordinance 2026-30, an ordinance submitting to a vote of the registered electors of the city of Aurora, Colorado at the general election of November 3rd, 2026, a question related to the issuance of revenue bonds and increasing taxes for the purpose of operation, repair, maintenance, and improvements to the city transportation infrastructure and facilities.
Brief presentation by staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. Item 13H refers a ballot question to be placed on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot to seek voter authorization to increase debt by $108 million and increase the sales and use tax rate by 0.132% for 30 years to fund transportation infrastructure needs across the city. Planned capital projects to be funded from bond proceeds include transportation safety improvements to Gun Club Road from Quincy to Aurora Parkway, the replacement of the Peoria Bridge over Sand Creek, high-priority sidewalk gap improvements, and transportation improvements to the Aurora Reservoir.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor, motion to approve 13H.
Moved by Councilmember Gardner, seconded by
Bergen.
Councilmember Bergen to approve item number 13H. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13H.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Jackson. The motion passes unanimously.
Will the clerk now please read the title to item number 13I?
13I is ordinance 2026-31, an ordinance authorizing the city of Aurora, Colorado to exercise the power of eminent domain for acquisition of certain real property interests necessary for the Aurora Multimodal Access Improvements Project.
A brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Hector Reynoso, and I manage the Real Property and Survey Services Division in the Public Works Department here at the City of Aurora. The City of Aurora is advancing with construction of the Aurora Multimodal Access Improvements Project to construct an 8-foot wide multi-use path along Havana from 1st to 4th and from 13th Avenue North up to Montview Avenue. In late 2025, the project land acquisition plans were approved by CDOT, and city staff issued the requisite notices of intent to acquire and made offers to 94 property owners for the acquisition of 153 temporary construction easements and 16 permanent easements. To date, we have closed with 42 property owners, and city staff continues to negotiate with owners and will continue to negotiate with owners to acquire the remaining property interests on time in order for commencement of construction. As much as we like to plan for the best, hope for the best, we like to plan for the worst, and so staff is asking City Council for passage of an eminent domain ordinance to ensure that we acquire all necessary property interests by the commencement of construction and to avoid any project delays. And so the question for City Council is, does City Council approve an ordinance authorizing the use of eminent domain pursuant to Aurora City Code Section 10-10 in order to acquire the necessary property interests for the construction of the Aurora Multimodal Access Improvements Project? I'm available for questions.
Questions to staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
It's moved by Councilmember Horton, seconded by
Coombs.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, to approve item number 13I. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 13I.
Councilmember, okay. The motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 15A.
Item 15A is Resolution 2026-64, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, finding a petition for annexation for 3 parcels of land located in the southwest quarter, Section 7, Township 4 South, Ranges 65 west of the 6 p.m. and the south half of the southeast quarter, Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66 west of the 6 p.m., County of Arapahoe, State of Colorado, to be in substantial compliance with Section 3112-107, subsection 1 of the CRS, and giving notice of a public hearing on the proposed annexation, 46.6 acres.
Brief presentation by staff.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Chesarina Dancy. I'm the manager of the Office of Development Assistance. Items 15A and 15B on the agenda were previously considered and approved at the May 18th council meeting. Due to an error in the noticing process for the public hearing, we are bringing these items back tonight in order to reschedule the public hearing and allow for sufficient time for public noticing. For item 15A, a petition for annexation was filed for the annexation of 2 parcels totaling 46.6 acres. These parcels are located at the southeast corner of South Gun Club Road and East Bayard Avenue on both the east and west side of South Gun Club Road. We do not have a separate presentation from the applicant. They are online for questions, and I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order.
Mayor?
Moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by
Coombs.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, to approve item number 15A. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 15A.
The motion passes unanimously.
Will clerk now please read the title to item number 15B.
15B is Resolution 2026-65, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, finding a petition for annexation of 2 parcels of land located in the south half of the southeast quarter of Section 12, Township 4 South, Range 66 west of the 6th Principal Meridian, Arapahoe County, Colorado, to be in substantial compliance with Section 3112-107, subsection 1, CRS, and giving notice of a public hearing on the proposed annexation, 20.491 acres.
A brief presentation by staff.
A petition for annexation was filed with the city clerk for annexation for 2 parcels of land totaling 20.491 acres located at the southwest corner of South Gun Club Road and East Bayard Avenue. These parcels fall within the city's annexation boundary and meet contiguity requirements. I'm glad to answer any questions, and there's no separate presentation from the applicant.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, motion is in order. Moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 15B. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 15B.
Councilmember Jackson, okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Clerk, now please read the title to item number 15C.
Item 15C is Resolution 2026-66, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Aurora, Colorado, finding a petition for annexation of a parcel of land being a portion of the east half of Section 9, Township 3 South, Range 65 west of the 6th Principal Meridian, County of Adams, State of Colorado, to be in substantial compliance with Section 3112-107, subsection 1, CRS, and giving notice of a public hearing on the proposed annexation at 165 acres.
A brief presentation by staff.
A petition for annexation was filed with the city clerk for annexation of a 165-acre parcel. This parcel is located at 56th Avenue and Valleyhead Street. This parcel falls within the city's annexation boundary and meets contiguity requirements. This annexation, like the others, will be considered over 3 city council meetings, and tonight's meeting, city council will consider the approval of a resolution making finding that the petition is in substantial compliance with statutory requirements and setting the public hearing date for July 13th. We, again, have no separate presentation from the applicant, but they're available for questions, and I'm also glad to answer questions.
Questions of staff for the applicant? Seeing none, motion is in order. Councilmember Lawson? Oh, Councilmember Hancock, I'm sorry. It's moved by Councilmember Hancock, seconded by Councilmember Lawson to approve item number 15C. Discussion? Seeing no discussion, call for the question on the adoption of item number 15C.
Councilmember Bergen. The motion passes unanimously.
Let's see, reports.
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
paragraph 16.
Yep, Mayor. So I would like to call up the Harmony All-in-One development application.
Okay, so this is a call-up of the planning and zoning matter that was presented on May 16th, is that correct? 13th. May 13th. Brian, Holly, I know Lena's out. Do you have that information from planning? So motion's been made, we need a second.
Real quick, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Jason. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, was this the one that I think there were some residents that were concerned over the presentation? They did attempt to file an appeal. Unfortunately, none of them had standing. Is this that same matter?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So I think I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some time to tap dance and then tell me I'm wrong. My understanding typically on planning matters is there's 2 meetings after the approval at Planning Commission that council has the ability to call it up. So if that was approved on May 13th, the second meeting in May was on the, I'll tell you, I don't know.
The 27th, I think.
20.
No, it was the 20th. This is the second.
This is the second. Oh,
Yeah, this is the last meeting.
Because we have the 2-week buy, so actually.
no, we had a meeting on May 18th. So if it was approved on May 13th, we did have a meeting on May 18th. That would have been the first meeting. This is the second meeting.
Correct.
So Rachel is texting furiously, so I'm tap dancing my best, Rachel. So that is my understanding that it is 2 meetings, so this would be the second meeting. If my interpretation is correct, that would give you all the ability, that would give council the ability to do the call-up. While we give them more time to tap dance, Mr. City Attorney, why don't you go ahead and walk through what a call-up means and what vote is required tonight and what that would mean for all of council.
Hey, just a question.
Oh, go
So
ahead, yeah.
I signed their petition, so I'm assuming when I have to leave the room, why you guys talk about this? I signed it like a year ago, but I'm assuming that I
Yeah,
still have
so
to go hang out somewhere else.
Thank you. You don't have to leave. I would just,
Okay.
I would just put on the record, Councilmember Wiles, that you're recusing yourself from this matter, not because you don't want to vote on it, it's because you have signed the petition and that you are conflicted out.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
So that, what the procedure is on a call-up is we have a council member that says, hey, I want to call up a decision that was made for the Planning and Zoning Commission. It could be other boards as well, but we're talking about planning and zoning here. It's like a regular motion. If it gets seconded, then passes by a majority. All that does is schedule that matter to come before council at a later meeting to be a public hearing, to be talked about, and you all get to hear what the Planning and Zoning Commission did. We'll have evidence presented, and then you all will make a decision whether to affirm or overrule the Planning and Zoning Commission, because you have the absolute stop at the appellate level for those proceedings.
Yeah, so it takes 6 votes tonight to go ahead in the affirmative to call it up, and then what we would do is, I would say that it's probably not going to be on the June 22nd meeting. It would probably be, what we have to do is reach out to the applicants, and then we also have to provide public notice. So earliest would probably be the first meeting in July. It may be after that in order to meet all the publication notice, ensuring the applicant's available.
With the holiday, it'll be probably the earliest at the second meeting of July, probably not the first meeting of August, just everybody's aware.
Right. And again, so if you were to vote for call up, you're not voting on the merits of the case. You're simply voting that, yep, we want to have it come to council.
We want to hear the appeal.
We want to hear the, hear the case in full and potentially call it up. And consider the judgment of the planning commission.
By the way, Mayor Pro Tem, I love how you're making my staff go crazy.
Sorry, y'all. I meant to tell City Attorney Schulte about this earlier
does it
today,
require
and
a
then we were
second?
talking
It does,
about other
so-
topics,
Okay.
and I forgot.
Yeah,
So
we need a
apologies.
second.
Oh, second.
Okay.
Jackson.
Okay, so,
So again, now we have a motion and a second, so now all we're going to debate is whether or not.
And do you want to get your
think it
staff to confirm my interpretation, maybe?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay.
okay, is there a discussion?
So at this point, you can ask staff questions
Okay.
about what happened at planning and zoning if you want to, and what the issues were. I think if you know, and then you go into debate on whether or not to call it up, not on the merits, but whether or not you guys want to hear the appeal.
I mean, would it help for me to just explain
Yes.
why I'm doing this?
Yeah, that would be helpful too, yes.
Instead of asking the
Quickly.
staff to dig up a meeting at the last second. So I had received, and I think a number of us received, an email from some of the community members. And essentially, the issue was that none of the individuals in this community are adjacent property owners because it's across the street from their community park. So it's in a space that doesn't have immediately adjacent residential, but it's going to be like a liquor store, drive-through gas station. And the community members are like, we don't actually want that across the street from our community park, but none of them had standing because they don't live adjacent, even though they spend their time in the community adjacent to the space. And so since they didn't have standing on their behalf as an at-large council member, and since their ward council member cannot call it up because she signed a petition, I just wanted us as a council to be able to hear from these folks, like, what is going on, what has been the conversation that you've tried to have. They also indicated that there just have been really challenging relationships with the developers bringing this forward in terms of that communication and engagement with the community.
Okay, is there discussion on the Mayor Pro Tem's motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Bergen.
Just clarification on, so it went to planning and zoning, it was approved because it met zoning and code, correct? There was no, I mean, it didn't come to council.
And so absent a call-up, it would have moved forward as approved at planning and zoning.
Okay, so this is really an opportunity for those that are not adjacent neighbors to have their voices heard. Would they be able to actually comment on this?
Not have standing, I mean, they could come to the public hearing and still speak, but you guys could consider what they have to say, but understand that under the code, that they technically don't have standing because of where the property is located.
But it is.
So I mean,
But it's a public hearing,
empathize-
so.
Yeah, and I empathize with those neighbors that don't have standing, that were not adjacent to the property, but I mean, we can do this. It's just, are we not going to end up at the same situation if it meets zoning and code?
Depending on the evidence and the facts.
I'm concerned about staff spending time doing all of this.
Yeah, depending on the facts and the evidence that are presented during the public hearing in front of council, if it meets the legal standard and meets the other conditions that are listed in the city code, my office's advice is going to pass it as proposed.
Right.
Right, Rachel?
The timing is, it can still be called up, but we also need new information for reconsideration. And so is there any new information to add?
It's not a reconsideration, it's a call-up.
Okay,
It's a call-up, not a
Okay,
reconsideration.
thank you
Yep.
for the clarification.
Good catch, but yeah, it's a call-up. So it's just a regular appeal. I know this is new, so we haven't done this before, so that's why I'm speaking more than I probably should be. But, thanks, Jason. So right now would be whether to debate, ask staff questions about what happened and whether or not you guys even want to hear it. Not the merits, just whether or not you even want to hear it, and have staff go through the noticing requirements, the ordinance drafting, everything else would have to come forward to council to consider what the Planning and Zoning Commission did.
Mayor again.
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, again, I can sympathize with those community members, but we're going to end up at the same place, and then we're going to have to put it on the agenda, have a public hearing. Staff has to prepare for it.
Let Councilmember Bergen finish. And then Councilmember Hancock, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, this is reminiscent of me in Quick Trip.
Yes, it is.
I mean, you know, as much as I did not want it, they did everything that they were supposed to do, and they met all the benchmarks, despite how the folks across the street feel about it. If they've done everything in planning and if they were approved, I mean, to Councilmember Bergen's point, this is a lot of time and expense and, you know, churning for us to get back to the same result. So I don't see that it meets the standard.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, so as a council, we can overturn a planning decision, right? It's possible that everything gets presented to us and we're like, nope, we have no choice. But in my time on council and in my time observing council before joining council, there have been times where stuff got brought forward and they did have justification to overturn the decisions that were made by planning. And so I don't think we should just say, oh, well, since planning and zoning approved it, that means that there's nothing to see here and no conversation worth having.
And that's why I wanted to be clear that it all depends on the evidence that's presented to council during the public hearing, and only during the public hearing. So if this gets called up, same conditions apply. We become quasi-judicial, no discussion with anybody in Harmony, including me. It's my neighborhood. So, you know, I'm kidding, but about the merits. But the same thing would apply if it does get called up. We have to wait till the public hearing to hear all the evidence and the facts, and then you can apply that to the standard.
Okay. Further discussion? Seeing none, call for the question on the Coombs motion for a rehearing.
Call up.
Or for a call-up.
Mayor Kaufman.
Mayor votes yes.
Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Bergen. Councilmember Hancock. Councilmember Hancock. Sorry.
Say pass.
It's late.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes.
Thank you. And the vote passes with 9 votes and 1 abstaining vote from Councilmember Wiles.
Very well. Okay, so now we're back to reports. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I got the privilege to, this past week, go to a press conference in regards to Elijah McClain, and I wanted to make sure that I read something that came from one of the constituents that was there at the press conference. I'll be brief. The community is not simply reacting to a decision. We are reacting to what the decision represents. The overturning of these convictions feels like the unsettling of something we believed had finally been acknowledged. That a young black man's life mattered, that his death mattered, and that the pain carried by the family and the community had not gone unseen. For years, Elijah McClain's name has lived in the hearts of people who never met him. His story became a modern-day reflection of generations of grief, generations of unanswered questions, and generations of black families who have struggled to trust justice. Would it ever be recognized fully, or humanity? In many ways, this decision has awakened those memories all over again. I'm going to end by something that my father, Vietnam vet, helicopter crew chief in Vietnam, would always tell me: never heal a wound with a Band-Aid, because somebody could rip it off. Be the bandage. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Gardner.
No report.
Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple updates from me. I wanted to start with the Rules Committee that convened this past month to continue to talk about decorum. We reviewed really in-depthly our rules and for procedures from council to council, community to council. And I just wanted to shout out the members of community that we hear coming up to the mic, holding elected officials accountable for values of justice, fairness, and really freedom of speech, accessibility, transparency, upwards of 2 years now. And they've been just great collaborative thought partners. People like Median Schaffner and Aonte have been just great in that space. And all the other community members, we see you and we hear you, and we are so happy that we were able to create a space, an intentional space of deeper listening on this topic. I did want to take time to talk about a recent trip I took to Minnesota, and I wanted to highlight this in everything that we're talking about when it comes to the killing of unarmed black men, and it comes to the terrorization and discrimination that our immigrant neighbors are facing currently. And I'll start by saying that what I learned in Minneapolis is that the federal administration did target the city and nearby surrounding communities with immigrants, and I got to hear from a police chief, the county sheriff, and assistant police chief of Minneapolis, and I was really struck by looking at first just very diverse positions, people in leadership, and just the compassion that I heard between the police creating community relationships, and how that was really harmed by the descendant of over 4,000 federal ICE agents and Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis. That created a lot of harm to the police department. And the police really suffered because their authority was overlooked by the federal ICE agents, and it really hurt their own relationship with community. And on that note, I was just really blown away by just how based in care these 3 local law enforcement officials had. And while I spent time in Minneapolis, there was one point where there was a man panhandling on the corner of a street, and I saw a police officer, a police car was marked, turn on their lights in Minneapolis, and approach this man at the intersection. And I kind of tensed up and wondered what was going to happen based off of my own experience with the Aurora Police Department's HEART program with our police. I've seen them use methods of stop and frisk. So I was kind of bracing to see what these officers in Minneapolis did. And what he did really surprised me. He pulled a water bottle out of his car and handed it to the gentleman on the corner who was panhandling, and they exchanged a couple words, and then he drove off. And so I just have a lot of ideas for Minneapolis and the way that their police are handling their community relationships. And I think the Black community in Aurora really does deserve more, and we are working on getting there. And then we've heard a lot about Elijah McClain in the recent current events, but I wanted to talk about Amar Garlington, the 23-year-old man whose life was ended when Aurora Police Department responded to a mental health crisis that he was having. And I just want us to take a moment to look at the issues, because we constantly, as city council members, are being pitted against the police, and a lot of these policies are anti-police, but there are clear biases. We can see the response for the police officer having fundraisers put on by local businesses and establishments and being supported by the community, but there was no fundraiser, there was no support for Amar Garlington and the family that is missing him today. There's a clear double standard there, so we've got work to do. And I just wanted to, on that, I kind of want to talk about what a modern day lynching is, because this is very important language to learn about, especially when we hear our current police chief talking about how community talks about modern day lynching, but he doesn't really see lynching happen. And so I just wanted to quote that a modern day lynching is no longer just public executions. They have evolved into systematic extraditional killings by civilians and law enforcement. And so when we have a police chief that will go on record claiming that he's using data and statistics to support a biased statement such as Black people commit more crimes than any other group in Aurora, there's a problem there. And as I said, our Black community in Aurora deserves better. Places across the country are moving forward in 2026, and we've got a lot of work to do. Thank you.
Councilmember Horton.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so a few things I've been up to the last couple of weeks. First of all, it was very weird not to have a meeting last week. I was like, what is this? I have Mondays free. The first is attended Be Well's Move Your Block, Shape Your Community event, very educational about different public works options to address traffic calming, reduce displacement, and invest in multimodal transportation. I know a few Public Works Department folks were in attendance, so I have some ideas percolating, especially because speeding in residential neighborhoods is a huge priority for a lot of Ward 1 residents, and I'm sure throughout Aurora. Second, I attended a meet and greet with the Black Parents United Foundation, was able to speak to a lot of the work that I'm doing. Councilmember Ruben Medina was there, as well as Mayor Pro Tem Coombs, and so we were able to really engage with community folks about not only what we're doing, but how we can assist. I was invited to see the Korean War Memorial at General's Park, right on the Anschutz Medical Campus. Really beautiful, beautiful display. And I encourage folks, as that is eventually open up to the public, that you attend. The second, at this point, also attended the Aurora Animal Shelter groundbreaking ceremony. I brought Buck, my new pup that I adopted back in March. He was not particularly happy he was there, but I think we all enjoyed his presence. Lastly, I just like to always share that I had a few meetings with Ward 1 residents and other Aurora folks, some who didn't understand the resolution around APD's communication, and who just really wanted clarity. And I was able to provide that, and even though we may not fully agree on the why that was needed, I always appreciate the opportunity to really engage productively with community members. And then the last two things that I want to remind folks, which I will do again come our June 22nd meeting, but the Ward 1 Town Hall will be Thursday, June 25th, starting at 6 p.m. This month will be at the Hoffman Heights Library, presentation around zoning. I will not be in attendance to that. I'm going to take a vacation for 1 week. So if y'all don't hear from me, you know why. And then the second event that is still in the planning stages, with my background in youth violence prevention and youth justice, in the youth justice system, it's really important that several weeks ago, I started talking with some staff around how do we, utilize at least a rec center to bring in city agencies that do youth violence prevention and youth-based work, as well as a community youth-serving organization. So still a lot of movement or logistics to figure out, but please save the date for July 22nd. And if you know folks who would love to table and or host activities, have them reach out. My email isghorton, so GHORTON @auroragov.org. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Coombs.
Thanks, Mayor. Just quickly, I'm going to turn on a timer for myself because I'm trying to commit to the community that I limit myself to the same 3 minutes they have. All right, so my time on council has been significantly defined by the murder of Elijah McClain. It happened right before I got on council. And most of our community had to learn about that murder after community members came to call for justice during public invited to be heard because his murder was treated as not important. It was the continued demand for truth and justice from community members here in Aurora and throughout the country who refused to accept business as usual and pushed for accountability that led to the change that we have tried to pursue. And I want to really thank the community for that push. We've seen some changes happen, but I was reminded in a conversation with Ms. Median that Shanine McClain couldn't sit out hearing her son's murder being debated as if nobody was accountable. And her pain and our community's desire for accountability and reckoning have been reopened and are raw. Our ongoing work for accountability and real change remains urgent. I look forward to what council can do to bring about the justice of no more deaths of unarmed Black people, disproportionately men and boys in our community at the hands of our police. Additionally, fighting the human rights violations at the GEO facility has also significantly defined my time on council, and I'm grateful that we took more steps tonight to stand against those violations. And finally, happy Pride. I had the opportunity to sit with a group of public health employees last week to address the fact that cuts to Medicaid and other public health funds, as well as some other policies at the state and federal level, are harming prevention efforts and HIV prevention efforts that have been a significant outcome for our community of the ability to have open conversations about the AIDS epidemic, which led to a lot of activism. And so it's important this month of all months that we recognize that political choices have consequences, and those consequences for many communities are often measured in lives.
Councilmember Wiles.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a busy few weeks. I attended ICSC with a bunch of our staff who are absolutely incredible. They did a great job planning that trip. We went there to try to attract new retail and food options for the city. Hopefully that will help to close the food desert that exists in Ward 2, where 75,000 people live and not one grocery store is present. So thank you again to staff for all of the work they did to get us ready for that event, because I know Councilmember Hancock can attest to the job of planning everything for us. They literally rock stars. We could do nothing without them. I also attended the Aurora Animal Shelter groundbreaking. I was glad that Buck babysat Jason and Pete during the ceremony, so that kept them in line. That was much needed. I attended the Prairie Thunder powwow this last weekend. Again, thank you to staff who planned all of that, along with all of our Native American community members who attended. We saw kids as young as infants out there in their traditional outfits and dancing with the adults, and I think it's so important that they are honoring and learning about their history, because it's so easy to lose some of those customs in the craziness of the world. I also attended the Colorado Remembers Memorial, another amazing event that we had on Memorial Day weekend. This Thursday, we have our Ward 2 meeting, and it's at Food Bank of the Rockies. They have donated that space, so if anybody wants to attend, it's from 6 until 8. And then on the 29th, mark your calendars, we will be having a data center town hall. We hear that people are concerned about data centers in Aurora, and so we want to make sure that we're approaching it from a factual basis, so we will have the experts there to talk about it. So I encourage you to come and bring your questions so that we can hopefully get you some answers. And then obviously Happy Pride. We know that June is Friendly Marketplace and other small businesses that you can still support. So thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mayor. My council meeting is, council meeting, town hall is tomorrow at the Active Adult Center, and I'll have Greg Hayes there talking about our budget. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hancock.
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, since the last meeting, I held my town hall, and it was a very vibrant town hall. And I want to thank Minsu Song for coming and presenting on the Immigrant Affairs Department and what she and her office is doing in support of international and immigrant affairs with small businesses. The OIIA supports ESL classes, citizenship assistance, leadership development, so that folks who come to this country seeking a better life can be assimilated and understand what it means to be a citizen and actively participate in their own lives, which is really great. As you know, Aurora Fest is coming up on the 13th. From 3 to 10, and I understand it's going to be amazing with the drone show. So it's at 3 in the afternoon, so we won't be baking like in previous years at noon. And I understand that Councilmember Horton has set up like a booth for us to sit in and be fish in a bowl, so you guys can come and talk to us. There is a Aurora newsletter you should avail yourself of as members of the community. It is you can subscribe to it and know about all the great things, important news, community initiatives, upcoming events, all kinds of stuff. We also went to the Colorado Freedom Memorial, and I want to really give a shout out to Rick, who has been spearheading this memorial since its inception. And every year, when we go to this thing, it is just, I can't help it. When I think about those who served, and this served us so that we can enjoy freedom, they've had every person on that wall from the Spanish-American War up to present day. They etched their names on that wall, who honor the brave men and women who, in defense of our nation and our freedoms, they did that. They did the ultimate sacrifice so that we can live free, fight against each other, and do things that we do here in this chamber every week. It's a great place for reflection, gratitude, and remembrance. And I think it's worth noting that when we take that time to remember those who gave for us, it's really kind of heartwarming to know that those people believed in our freedom so much that they were willing to give their lives ultimately for it. The mayor and I had the opportunity of attending the groundbreaking celebration for Colorado Uplift. It's located at the former Rising Star Church on Dayton Street. Colorado Uplift provides year-round relationship programming. They've been doing it in the schools for the past 25 years, but they actually have a base where kids can go now, both in and out of school, through classroom support, after-school mentoring, adventure experiences like going to the mountains or going to skiing and those kind of things, and post-secondary guidance. They help young people build character, leadership skills, and confidence, and a vision for their future. And it only takes it takes like one mentor, someone that could change the trajectory of a kid's life. And I know that was my experience, to meet someone who saw the potential that was in me and said, hey, you can go for this. Not investing in me to say, you can use your agency to do better. We're not investing in victimhood. We're investing in your future. So if you take one step, it usually happens that when you do, there's someone that comes alongside you to help you, and it will change the outcome of your life, and you will go places you never thought you would go before. My next town hall is in July, and for those of you who sent me emails about the 9 Mile Bridge, it is really happening. It is. The contractor has submitted the preliminary construction schedule, and it's being done in Loveland, piece by piece. So I'm hoping to go up there and take a look at it firsthand. The fabrication is happening there, but they're doing it so that it doesn't overlap with the Parker Quincy Smoky Hill improvement. So there's not a whole bunch of traffic problems with that bridge, because it's certainly, the road's going to be closed as they assemble this. So we're looking sometime in September, but it's happening. It only took like 18 years, but I'm exaggerating, but it's actually going to happen. So thank you so much for those who have participated in their in council, in our town halls. Thank you for coming. Your support really means a lot, because silence is deafening, and we want to make sure, everyone wants to make emphasis on all voices being heard, but I suspect not all voices are being heard, but they're not heard if you don't speak up. So we need you to participate. With that, I'm done, Mayor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to go ahead and give my legislative update. Governor Polis has utilized his veto powers on a number of bills that passed this legislative session. The governor has until June 12th to sign or veto bills passed during this past legislative session, and he can also let bills become law without his signature. So at 12:01 on June 13th, anything that he hasn't signed or veto will become law. This week, the Senate Armed Services Committee, the SASC, is set to mark up the version of the fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA. I just want to say something regarding Elijah McClain. A lot of people seem like I'm one of the worst people ever, and that's your opinion, because I know where my heart is. My heart goes out to the McClain family and loved ones. Regardless of my view and people's view on this case, it's deeply tragic that a young man lost his life, and I hope his memory continues to inspire compassion and care for one another. So I just wanted to say that. That was, during that time, I was on the council. It was really something else. Not only were we dealing with that, we were dealing with COVID. It was a lot going on in that year. And I just wanted to put my thoughts out to the McLean family and the loved ones on that. So that's all I wanted to say, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Bergen.
Thank you, no report.
Just a couple things. I have a town hall meeting, quarterly meeting, excuse me, next month on the 18th of July, Saturday, 18th of July, 2 to 3:30 at the Aurora Central Library. And you can follow me on Facebook, Mike Hoffman Facebook. And with that, public invited to be heard.
We have Kirk Manzanares, followed by Median Schaffner. Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson. Oh. Okay.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about dark money and money that goes into campaigns that shouldn't be involved in campaigns. And here we are in a primary race that concerns people here in Aurora, and there's some dark money that's being spent on these candidates. And then here, in about 144 days from now, we'll be all wrapped up in that dark money again. And then in 511 days from now, we will be, before that, leading up to that, we'll be all wrapped up in dark money. And dark money should not be allowed into campaigns and races. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. But it's not always about money, it's about heart. And it's about the work that we put in. And the outcome that comes out of the work of being a part of the community and working hard and rolling up our sleeves and getting the work done. We're not afraid to do the work. So I want to talk about some good stuff that's going to be going on in Aurora. Ruben Medina wants to do a soccer field at my apartment complex for the kids and that dilapidated court. He wants to do a youth center. And I told him about the church right next door to my complex that has Millie's coffee shop in it. It'd be a great satellite youth center to teach kids to stay out of trouble, to not break the law, to not carry guns around. Have Jason McBride come in there, have Aurora Mental Health come in there, and let's really do something for the youth in Aurora. And I want to remind you about this last 511 days, and you have a chance to be on the right side of history and work with these new members on the city council and really make something of your time that you've spent here in Aurora. If you say that you love Aurora, then you would support PACMO. Let's start talking positive about what Aurora is and what we love about Aurora. And let's move forward. Ruben wants a baseball field here. Let's support some of this stuff. Let's get on board with some of the positive stuff that's going on in Aurora. And let's show your true spirit. If you really love Aurora, you'll spend this last 511 days working with these young people, and let's make this time worth it. Let's make your time worth it. You spent 8 years, you spent 12 years, you spent time on the city council. Let's make it worth it. Let's not the red or the blue. Let's make it worth it.
Median Schaffner, followed by Aonte Anderson.
Calm down. So I just have a remaining 3 points of contention that I want to make. The first one I want to start with is, I know firsthand that one of you council members found yourself in a room full of young Black excellence over the weekend, where students were celebrated, they were showcased for a community to receive. And as I listened to report outs, I didn't hear anything about that. So I'm gonna have to make sure I let the folks that run that organization know to watch the playback. The second point of contention that I want to speak to is regarding Mr. Garlington. A canine on a leash that's in the hands of a police officer is very reminiscent of a time all of us should be very familiar with. Those that have had to walk that civil rights movement, that have become ancestors or that are living out their days, their story warned us about what we saw with Mr. Garlington. We were told that he attacked a police officer and that ended in a fatal shooting. We were told that a canine was stabbed as that encounter unfolded. What we were not told is that canine was sent and sicked on him as he ran the other direction. The police chief of this city continues to create a narrative. And when we ask questions as a community only to be ignored, not only are you complicit with that narrative, but you might as well have released the damn dog yourself. Because we asked the questions on why a canine would be used in a mental health call. We saw the framing of how those officers surrounded the house where Mr. Garlington was in, as he looked at the window trying to understand, was I in trouble? Am I in trouble? To the point where the officers had to try to convince him he wasn't, with guns drawn. And the moment he walked outside and ran the other direction, he was sicked, attacked by a canine. But heaven help us, let's all make sure we know that the canine survived cancer. That's disgusting. We are keeping track, and I need all of you to understand that protest is not always something that you can see with a sign. Protest is a process.
Ante Anderson, followed by Cassandra Heil.
Oh, boy.
Wanted to make sure that I just brought something to y'all's attention. I know that one of y'all's former members is often posting about folks that come to this dais, and while I understand that you all as a council can do nothing formally about that individual's freedom of speech, I know that some of you all are still friends with that council person, and wanted to read you a comment that was left under this individual's Facebook post, specifically about me, but talking about what people should, what they are encouraging people to do for those that are consistently coming to talk to you all as council. This individual says that they believe that there is a SWAT team looking for live ammunition fire training, calling for the murder of myself, Median, and the family of Kylan Lewis and others that have approached you all. And so while I hope that when we talk about decorum, not just about in this chamber, but even outside, you have somebody every meeting that starts off the meeting attacking council members, and talks about the newly elected city council members, and this is an individual who fathers somebody who is allowing murder threats to be made about individuals who have political disagreement. They have political disagreement with. I think it needs to be said in this chamber, again, because I know that you all as a council cannot take formal action, but I hope that in whoever has who still has private conversations with that person, that you will at least say, hey, We may not agree with what Median and Ayante or anybody else has to say, but sis, you got to get those comments under control. You can't have a space where people are calling for the murder of individuals coming to our council meetings. That's just not okay. Not once have any of us ever threatened to murder you all. Not once. And so for me, it is disgusting. It's even more disgusting that this comment is being made about SWAT team. I'm assuming the Aurora SWAT team, knowing the reason why we got here was because of the Aurora SWAT team and their interaction with Kylan Lewis. So again, I understand that council can't do anything. Most of y'all didn't do anything when she was on council cussing y'all out. However, I do know, again, several of y'all still have conversations with her. And if she wants to continue to amplify what's happening in this chamber, that's her First Amendment right. But I just encourage you to say, hey, there are people leaving comments about murdering your opposition in your comments. You have to check that. Do not create a space for that. That's what I'm asking of y'all that still maintain contact with that individual.
Seeing no further business before the Aurora City Council, meeting's adjourned. Oh, is there one more person? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was trying to help. Yeah, I think.
Oh, Rivera,
think
we're
she-
adjourned.
Yep.
In the car. In the garage.